Our opponent so far in mono black is not a good sign. He probably drew all of the Undying, is it Undying or Dying Grasp? During the set. Hmm. Do I discard Waker of the Waves now? I think I do. I could attack in and threaten to pump, but it wouldn't be a good use of my mana. So I need to draw into some of the better cards in my deck. Read the Tides or fourth land. It's a red land, not a blue. It's unfortunate I discarded a 7-drop to draw a 6-drop. It's basically Anticipate attached to a 7-mana creature. It's pretty solid. This card is insane. Demotic Embrace, +3, +1, and flying, and you can cast it twice by losing 3 life, is insane. Absolutely an insane card. So I'm getting punished for not picking the land, or else I would have had an answer to this. Now I'm taking 10 damage over 2 turns. Lethal in 4. And if he has another big threat, there's a good chance that I just lose here. 2 tempo. What an awful game. So I take 6 damage next turn. I'm just going to do this because there's, well, 2-mana counterspell. No. Would be reckless. Wow, everyone wants to make noise today. People choose the worst times. And I'm probably dead next turn. So I got 4 mana. I can flash this in. So it still means I'm dead in 4 turns. That was dumb. So I just missed the combat. Okay, I have to go turn off a vacuum, and I'll be back. Okay. We're back. Not a good opening for the deck. Just got trashed. Just got trashed. It's pretty unfortunate draws. Hit double Sure Strike in the opening hand. Probably should have been the first sign of mulliganing. And pretty poor matchup against mono black. I missed the Capture Sphere before combat in the last turn of the game, but I think I would have been dead even casting that card. Combination of poor draws, not being on the play, and some serious aggro from the opponent. That one card, the +3, +1 flying, that you can cast from your graveyard is insane. Absolute killer. Zaruun. Let me just turn on my volume here, so I get a little bit of feedback. Okay, somewhat similar hand. I actually have mana to cast Cancel. I have the option of anticipating or developing my Ingenious Cure on turn 2. Looking quite a bit better. Okay, buddy. Zaruun. Staunch Shieldmate. And the volume in the game is way too loud. Turn that down. Okay, develop the 1/2 or anticipate. And I like the threat this presents. I'm probably counterspelling on turn 3, so I can leave open the mana. If I was hurting for draws, then Wake of the Waves would have been a better card. He's threatening to 1 mana give this Death Touch, which I don't think is very good, but I'm not really worried about 1 damage anyway. So I'll just leave open 3 mana this turn. Threaten to pump on attacks. Then I can see if my opponent tries to combat trick again. Pay 2, add 1 mana of any color. That's a terrible play, but I'm not doing anything. On the turn, so that was interesting. He is going to attack. So pass to block. I don't think he knows that this works. Block to damage, pump, +2 power. Your guy's dead. Maybe that's why he attacked last time, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Okay, so I have quite a few lands. There's a very good chance I actually get to cast Wake of the Waves this game. That's 6, showing in hand. And I'm going to leave this as a blocker. And once again, leave the counter spell up. This is not a card I would ever play unless I was desperate for mana fixing. Okay, my turn. I'm totally okay with my opponent not doing anything. If this game stalls out and I draw Ugin, it's pretty amazing. I do have one hell of a late game. The opponent is been on 2 lands for a couple turns. So that's a big reason why he's not able to play cards. He has like negative ramp on this guy. And I'll play this game as long as you like. 3/6, so next turn I can cast this. I don't win the trade by attacking in. Yes, I could pump this 3 times, which is quite a lot. It would be a 7/2. Might as well counter that. It's a pretty annoying card. Still doesn't have a 3rd land. But this has been staving off his attacks every single turn, which is pretty amazing. Wow, if I have 8 mana, I could play this with Miscast open. But considering he has 2 lands, I think I just go for the aggression. I could probably sneak in 1 damage here. And if he calls my bluff, I'm not too upset. Okay, so I'll just let it take the trade. Means he doesn't have fixing, and he apparently wants it. Otherwise, why would you play that card? This is now 5 mana, deal 6 damage to 2 creatures. Insane. 2 counter spells open, a 7/7 infield in play. I am pretty happy about this. I can't really imagine a world when my opponent comes back from this. Gives him Death Touch. Miscast. I had a feeling. Okay, demoralized. We'll take it. After that first game, I'll take that win. Not the most honorable win of my life, but that game is pretty in the bag. And I think with a fair shake of this deck, it definitely has the potential to get a number of wins. I think hitting 4 wins and breaking even is very reasonable and has the potential to do better. I should do a win prediction at the beginning of the videos. It'd be kind of interesting. And people would get to call me out for being totally ridiculous. Find out if I over or underperform. So, pretty decent hand. I don't have anything to activate the Experimental Overload. There are enough cards in the deck that I'll draw into. That is an amazing card table artwork. That looks great. The actual detail on board is pretty simplistic, but that looks really cool. And I doubt the client could actually handle much more detail than this. Particle effects and lighting, that looks so good. Best card in the deck, minus Ugin. Opt away, sir. That's what my deck really needs. It's opts. So Jeskai Elder, if he hits face, is going to let me filter my hand. And I might even filter out of the overload. Ooh, that's really good though. So playing the land there might have been a mistake. Take action. Pyroling is probably the weakest card in my hand here, and I do want to hit my land drops. Oh, for a wall. Okay. ETB Scry 1. No more filtering for me. So this is a bit strange. This is a terrible card to ever cast Capture Sphere on. But the upside of doing it is that I get to hit face and filter my hand more. And with Enthralling Hold in hand, I can't cast Enthralling Hold is the big problem right now. Big problem. So it's tempting. There's an argument for Capture Sphering this 1-cost creature, which is a bit insane. But there is an upside. It would be a poor use of resources. Another person slow rolling the game. You can't get away with slow rolling in M21. They're just fortunate enough that I'm in a very slow deck that wants to go late. If they play any one big creature, there's a good chance it just blows out the game. Lofty Denial is looking pretty weak right now. If I did filter discarding it, actually might not have been terrible. Other creatures get -1/-1. Yeah, I'll happy 2-mana Lofty Denial that, happily. Happily. Counterspell open. I have an Ugin in hand, or in deck, so I'm going to play my land every turn. This now creates a 1/1 I can get back Lofty Denial. Twinblade Assassin. So he has 1 mana open. He could have Miscast in hand if I try to Enthralling Hold. But I'll let him resolve it. Pretty ideal card to steal, but... Oh, enchant tapped creature. So I have to let him swing in. I forgot that was how it worked, but that's okay. I can also kill it, which is kind of fun. Beating of your end step if a creature died this turn. Of your end step. So he doesn't get to draw on his turn. I have multiple ways to deal with creatures. So I'm thinking I'm taking 5, counterspelling whatever he does, and then stealing his creature next turn. Another wall. So he's just throwing cards away at this point. Is it worth 1 mana and a card to scry? No blocks. High chance my opponent has counter magic. But only one way to find out. There it is. Rewind. Counterspell. Untap 2 lands. So I still have plenty of answers in hand. It's not really a problem. It is unfortunate. Teferi's Tutelage. Okay, yeah, that card wins games. So he's gonna Millbeam my 2 every single turn now. So he's putting me on a clock to win this game. The damage I don't think matters. Starting to make a lot of sense why he's playing. Cards like captures, cards like the Wall of Runes. I'm gonna drop this first and see what happens. He has something at instant speed. How many counter spells do you have? That's a 10 turn clock. So I have 10 turns to kill him, assuming he doesn't have card draw, which he certainly does. Teferi's Tutelage is insane. It's a complete mill strategy in one card. You need nothing else in your deck that mills to make that card good. And he's still getting the draw effects here. Return 2 creatures to the owner's hands. So I have to start attacking in. Take out one of his blockers, 5 mana open. This makes it 3/3, which isn't quite big enough yet. I need to use one counter spell. Mill 2 cards. It's not unreasonable to just scoop this game. Not unreasonable. So counterspell his finishing blow. I can now create a 4/4 with this and get a combat trick back. Blue mana. So I'll make my 4/4 and I'll bring back a Sure Strike. And now I can attack in without his blocks mattering. But I'm on a 6-turn clock now. 4 damage kills him in 5 turns, if I can hit him with 4 every time. Bouncing his creatures, it's always right to loot, but I don't think there's a lot I could draw that I want. I could see Read the Tides actually winning me the game for the final swing when I need to get damage in. And I need Sure Strike in my hand to be able to attack in. Thrill the Possibility is really good. But it's not better than my other 2 cards. So if he just has a bunch of cantrips, I straight up lose. I'm not even counting my own card draw here. That's freaking amazing. Okay. So he wipes out 2 of my creatures. He gets 6/5 on board. And I am done. And he draws on his end step. And I mill 2 more cards in my end step. Really powerful stuff. Haven't seen Ugin yet in 3 games. Not that it would have changed a whole lot. It destroys tutelage. It destroys all colored permanents. So Ugin actually could have turned the tide there. But, man. Not doing so hot in these opening games. Not doing so hot. You can pass priority with the spacebar. I should really start using the shortcuts. It's actually, there are definitely times where it matters or where you're giving away too much information by not using shortcuts in this game. Thrill of Possibility and a cantrip makes this hand keepable. Drew my Rousing Reed, which I'm pretty happy about. And I will just cantrip Clash Through, as I'm trying to hit a 3rd land draw. There we go. So a few options here. This is the better card. I got the combo down, which is pretty sick. He has 2 mana open. I'm going to play the weaker creature here. Let's see what my opponent does. It's pretty nice I got the combo. So this will give him +1 and double strike whenever I activate him, which is pretty nice. Actually, Rousing Reed, oh, it costs 1 more to cast, which is funny. Is pretty good right now. It's pretty good right now. I don't think I kill his 2 on flyer, although it does hurt my deck a lot. This is a Spells Matters deck. But the amount of pressure these 2 creatures put on the board is quite insane. Then I can turn 4 Rousing Reed, pump this twice, and give it double strike. So he's not winning this race yet. That's tempting too, though. This is just too good. 2/4 flyer, draw 2 cards, discard a card. That's great. Probably Thrill of Possibility is the worst card in my hand. And I don't want to discard my second blue. And then go to combat, attack. Ping him for 1, this gets +1 double strike. I hit him for 6 in the air. Deal 6 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures and or planeswalkers. It'll be interesting if he just leaves open mana for counter magic this game. I believe this is really hurting me. So I need 6 lands to really put the hurt on. So I have lethal next turn if he doesn't answer what's on board. And he's dealing 2 + 1 to 2 damage next turn. And so I think just developing a weird... Getting back Thrill or Clash Through isn't huge, although Trample kind of ensures the game in a way. Trample is pretty huge. But if I can draw into 1 land, then I can overload into Trample on the same turn and get 2 counters on Spell Weird, as well as giving him Trample. So there's the counter spell. I've never seen this card be so good. Like, I have spell combo galore in hand, and it's completely being shut off by that card. Pack Leader, 2/2, prevents combat damage on his turn. 2 dogs. Okay, so I can trample if I want to. He has to block me or he dies. This is going to be 6/7 damage, double strike. So, yep, that would be lethal. Except it's 2-mana cantrip, so it doesn't work. Whoops. So I'm just going to try to Dragonfire him. Do I try to Dragonfire him? If I use Dragonfire, it's all I can do this turn, and I suspect he has some kind of answer. And okay, I'm actually gonna let him interact here. So he blocks. Go to damage. Okay, so now for 6 mana open, I can do a lot here. He can't kill me on his turn, so I'm just gonna double vision and then have a lot of insane plays next turn. And now, if he has the counter spell, he can use it. It's for 2. If I blocked, it would prevent any damage dealt to it. Hit you for 1. So, 6 mana. So now we find out if he has counter magic. I get 2 casts though. He would have to counterspell each. So even if he counters this, it still counts as a cast. That was interesting. So he let it resolve, but he still has a second opportunity to counter. Yeah. So yeah, choosing the same target twice for both spells wouldn't have prevented the protection from happening. Protection from red. And I'll take Scorching Dragonfire back to my hand. Although I do have a kill spell in hand, but... Thrill of Possibility is an instant, which means I can play it at my opponent's turn, discard 1, draw 4. I still think Dragonfire is most likely to be the useful play. Read the Tides. It's going to bounce 2 creatures. Pretty good. Hits for 4 in the air. Burning for 1. Go to my turn. He has no mana open, so we can't answer this. There wasn't a better use of Double Vision there. If I had left mana open for Counterspell or for Cancel this turn, then I couldn't have developed Lethal on board. Shipwreck. ETB's return target instant or sorcery from graveyard to your hand. I don't think he has anything that matters right now. Lofty Denial. Oh, the Indestructible. Boom. This is fun. Burn him for 1. Attack in with everything. And both creatures are threatening lethal without me casting any of my spells from hand. Mr. Mojo. Resolve. Protection from red. Next to blockers. Blocks the double strike. Pump. Okay. A little bit of redemption. Lost into a win, into a loss, into a win. Looking quite a bit better. And that's definitely like one of the risks of playing these sort of spell heavy combo decks is you're very draw dependent, and what you really need to ensure consistency in the deck is Opts. Opt is like such an excellent cantrip. That has also been 4 games without seeing Ugin in the deck, which is kind of nuts. He is here. He is in the deck. Chilling on the bottom. Ugin's a shy guy. Just doesn't want to show himself. Now I'm just picturing Ugin in the Mario Shy Guy costume. Like a red hood. I don't even know if that's a popular character in Nintendo anymore. Going back to 64. Old school. Back when Mario Party made your hands bleed. Those were the days. Do kids still palm joysticks? I don't know. That is not a euphemism. Decent opening hand. Still don't have activations for Overload, but still pretty good. The Mr. Magmut is pretty strong. Like, it's core to a lot of what red and black wants to do. That is interesting. My opponent is in green. I'm not necessarily scared of the interaction. So I'm going to play the more powerful card first here. JMZ. Green-white Selesnya. Top contender. Hitting home. I love Fibblethip. What a great avatar. And I like boards with no digital pets. Got his own Pteranodon Duno. Tirana Dingy Wingy. Making an appearance. I could potentially see the pain. Does he attack? So he needs some way to pump it with a counter or with another 4-power creature. JMZ was hard at thought. Like watching a 4-second delay of myself in the playback. Ooh. 2/2 enters the battlefield with +1 counters on it. Whenever one or more +1 counters are put on another Hydra, non-Hydra creature you control, put a +1 counter on Wildwood Scourger. That card's amazing. If you can draft this card and get a good deck built around it, you're looking good. That is an amazing card. Very happy for you. And I will absolutely Scorching Dragonfire this before it gets out of control. And this guy can block right now, but he can't attack. So I'll let my ward get a little bit bigger. And even like just playing this card to return Scorching Dragonfire to my hand is quite good, even if I'm making a 1/1. Like ideally you would get more value than that, but still very good. Put him on a clock. Oh, this is sick. Okay. So Rousing Reed. Ooh, these are both really good. Who do I Rousing Reed? These are both really good. So this becomes a 2/3 double strike when I cast, when I burn him. Or I just heavy commit to the weird. It's a little bit of a toss-up. I do have a counterspell in hand, though. So in this cast in hand, I don't really mind hard committing onto Spellgorger, as he will end the game. And discard a blue source. Go to combat. And yeah, he just surrenders. I also would have been okay attacking in with Chandra that turn and trading with the 3/3 after giving it double strike. Would have been fine. It's almost like he was listening to me talk about my counterspell. Alright, 1 game off, breaking even. That's where we want to be. Haven't seen Ugin in 5 games. Shy Guy Ugin. I'm so ready for you. I'm so ready, Ugin. Excuse me. You can browse graveyards. Oh, tooltips. You upset me to read them. This is the Chromatic Orrery background, I think. Pretty cool card. Pretty sweet. Waits like this just make me think the game has crashed. No, there we are. I've had far too much crashing in MTGA, MTGA. Mr. Arena. Pretty sweet opening hand. Chief No Shoes. That's a good name. He thinks he's the Ugin. How dare you? You're about to have an identity crisis. The mage scowled as yet another bolt splashed harmlessly against seemingly empty air. That's a weird. Seemingly empty air. Lofty denial. That card. Why did they print this card? At least he doesn't have Lurrus, guaranteed. So when he turns it from the graveyard, it becomes a 5/5 demon instead. Definitely a card that can be abused. Doggy with a bone. So mana for counterspell now. These are both instant speed spells. Attacking isn't good here. He just gains life in the swing back, and I have an overall loss of life. I probably discard Sure Strike here. Or Lofty Denial is probably going to get quite a bit weaker. Yeah. It's going to be harder to cast later as the game goes and get value off of it. It also fills the graveyard for experimental... Wait, what? It's not Experimental Frenzy. The blue-red card that returns instants or sorceries from my graveyard. To red off the top. Not amazing, but I'm actually happy to see those drawn now and not later. A lot of really slow games today. No one's gonna do anything. It's my turn. Thanks. Okay, so I double vision. He plays the strongest card in his hand. I think I'm okay with it. I think I'm okay with it. Flashes in a 3-mana 3/1. That drew 0. Oh my god. I haven't even seen this card. Chandra, Heart of Fire. 5 mana. 5 loyalty. Discard your hand, exile up to 3 cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may play them. Deal 2 damage to any target. -9. Search your graveyard and library for any number of red instants and or sorceries cards. Exile them, shuffle your library, and cast them this turn. Add 6 red mana. I kind of need my creature to threaten this card. I'm going to take a lot of hurt. He can't. So he's going to plus deal 2 damage to me. Attacking on Chandra. So this is kind of weird. Like, Chandra is not really threatening me that much. But it is a priority target here. So blocks, I kill the 1/1. Hope to God he can't resurrect it. I could take control of the 3/1. But that would be a pretty poor use. So now I can get double cast on Sure Strike and 2 counters on Gorger. Weird. And I'm leaving open mana for cancel if I need it. It's going to deal 2 damage. So double vision, pumps. Cast the second card to get another pump on Spellgorger. It's unfortunate that I had to use my cards this way, but it is what it is. You should have pumped twice. Copy that spell. You may cast new targets for the copy. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This should have been 2 counters. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1 counter on Spellgorger Weird. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery, copy that spell. You may choose... Oh, okay, so it's not a cast. It's not a cast. So, tap down the demon. I do want to Enthralling Hold that card, but I really need to start hitting Chandra or else I'm in a world of pain. It's going to be a hard game to win. And not having another blue mana there really hurts. I'm super relying on top decking now, but with double vision on board, a lot of good stuff that can happen. I'm on a clock just by this card existing. I need like the Volcano, I think. Ooh, Volcano. 6 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures and or planeswalkers. Can I cast it? No, I can't. So 4/5. Cost me 7 to cast right now. I am 1 mana short. I am 1 mana short. If I were to Enthralling, if I counterspell something, I get +1 power, and I can do this next turn. And that might be enough to turn the game. It doubles, so I get to hit 4 targets, which is really cool. But there probably won't be 4 targets in play. Do I counter that just for the sake of having something? Yeah. Man. If I don't counter it, I'm relying on top decks. Yeah, I think I have to do this. So, if I didn't counter that spell, I would have had to draw a land in order to be able to cast Volcanic Visions next turn. And now I can double Volcanic and be well on my way back into this game. It's pretty insane. And I did hit the land. But... Okay. Target. Target. Done. Copy. Target. Target. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That was an amazing play. That was 5 mana, deal 24 damage. He has an incinerator. Ah. I'm gonna let it hit me. Hit me, baby, one more time. So I need to prevent damage. I am definitely afraid of just dying to some shenanigans. So I'll chump, take 3. Does he have some way to get this back? Sure hope not. Okay. Take control of your 6/6. Pump my guy. He needs to sacrifice it. 1 mana black spell, sack target creature, draw 2 cards. At instant speed. Do you have it? Or else what would you be thinking about? Nobody. So with Double Vision in play, this actually becomes a counter target spell unless they pay 6, instant or sorcery. Which is super good. Should be enough to ensure the game. He is holding on Volcanic, so he is very close to killing me. Very, very close. Double target. Hell yeah. Imagine he had another one. I was about to GG him, but I'm still afraid. Gets back the lifelinker. Swinging for lethal and force blocks. What a game. This has been crazy. So, down to up to 5. I did not do the math there. I was gonna wait and see. Are you enthralled? Deals 3 damage when it dies. Game over. GG. Wow. So we finally got to see how powerful Double Vision can be. In combination with a sick rare. No Ugin. That's 7 games. 6 games, no Ugin. That's amazing. That has to be such a low percentage chance that you never see that card in 6 games with a 40 card deck. Just doesn't show up. Serendib. Awesome, awesome opening hand. So happy to see this. Serendiblet. That was so ridiculous when I started the stream. So my neighbor turned on the lawnmower, and then someone upstairs turned on a vacuum at the same time. Talk about ambushed. What's it gonna be, Serendiblets? What's it going to be? Intimidated already. I should have put my awesome lands in this deck. I always forget about that. But I picked up the, I think the unhinged full art lands, and oh my god. They're so beautiful. They're the best looking lands I've ever seen in my life. I absolutely love those things. I get like a little bit teary-eyed nostalgia just by playing the digital version because the artwork is so beautiful. Read the ties. Not a bad draw. This is so much worse than the 4 mana draw spell. But that card is quite amazing, so it's not exactly fair to say that. I'm actually going to hold on to Scorch. He's in... Mistral is the card that I care less my opponent removes. It's a slower play. And it enables Lofty Denial. But I would like to hold on to spells until I can develop both. It's a bit of a strange opener. I don't feel too under pressure. Yeah, so we had the shock. Gorger Weird would have died. Starting to take the pain. Does he have a 2-drop? No, so Shocking meant he couldn't do anything on his turn. And at this point, I will develop my second creature. It's just too weak on tempo to do anything else other than play weird, even though it's quite vulnerable. And if the opponent has double removal, then he has it. That could be the reason for leaving 2 mana open. So, do you have it? He's thinking hard. It's not a hard decision. You can either kill weird or you can't. And if you can, you always should. It's only like the best creature in my deck. There you go. Figured it out. Solved that problem. Not hitting a 4th land is really starting to hurt. I'm losing on tempo quite hard. Pulls out a 4/5 menace. So, Lofty and Scorch are in my hand. This is a pretty ideal sacrifice target. But it doesn't matter a huge amount. So I need to keep in mind he has a strong 6 mana play that I probably want to Lofty deny. 4/2. And I think I do actually trade here while I can. And I'm going to go ahead and burn down the 4/2. This is going to grow over the game and become a more significant threat. And I'm too far behind on tempo to do much else. I actually... So next turn he's on 5 mana. I can Frenzy back Scorch. But it only creates a 1/1 right now. Which is not great. I definitely don't want to counterspell. Oh, hard games. Or I just pump his guy for the sake of getting rid of Sure Strike. That's so weird. My hand's just kind of weak right now. Let's roll a possibility. Okay, so I can develop my 1/2, leave open Lofty Denial. Pass turn. He's only on 5 mana. I forgot he missed a land drop last turn. So I'll probably let that resolve. And it's looking like I will have a pretty good experimental overload later in the game. And I have somewhat stemmed the aggression. Serendibly. Full of indecision. So 5 lands. I can't afford to attack. I need to get as much value as I can this game. Sure Strike my guy. See if he can answer it. He's gonna Scorching Dragonfire my dude. which means he's not really doing anything else that turn. Does he have another one? He's looking at burning. He's cast a shock and double a scorching dragonfire already. If he has a third one, that's insane. I think I gotta take 3 here. Still no land draws. It's kind of making me look like a fool. Thrill of possibility. So next turn he can probably drop a land. Cast this with 7 mana open, then I can't counterspell it. Which could be a huge problem. If Read the Tides was an instant, this spell would be so good. It would be good. It wouldn't be so good. Like, as is, it's okay. If you could 6 mana bounce 2 creatures, that'd be pretty fair. They'd probably have to print it out on common. Okay, guy. This is magic. I'm gonna go ahead and counter that. So attack in. If my guy does get through, then I can decide post-combat whether I need the island or not. Looting is always better than not looting, even if you discard a good card while doing it. That's pretty sweet. That's really sweet. So I will get rid of the land. And get my 3/3 in play. I could bring back Sure Strike or Dragonfire. This is a 4/5. And Dragonfire, well, this is weird. This deals with his creature, but it's also telegraphed because he'll be able to see it in my hand. I think it's just harder to play around Dragonfire being in hand than it is a Sure Strike. So he's going to pump his guy by 4. Yeah, that's really good. I think I take 5 and block the 3, and then bounce. I can bounce 2 of his creatures. Or I take 8. Rousing Reed, Dragonfire next turn. I think blocking here is always bad. I'm going to take 5, block the 3/3. Man. All this does is search a land. No, it grabs a 6-drop. Okay. Whatever I bounce, he can replay. And if he has another 6-drop in his deck, which he probably does. I don't have the land to do it anyway. So I take 4 damage the next turn. I probably want that mountain. The counterspell could be good. All the cards in my hand are kind of good. Oh, I shouldn't have dropped the land. That was dumb. Take action. Ugin. Ugin. So I'll drop cancel. And I kind of want to burn this while he doesn't have mana open. I should have done that to get the extra 1 point of damage in. A little bit of a mistake. So Ugin needs to -6 to kill this off. I'm at 4, 5, 6, 7 lands, so I can't actually kill it right now. Right. I wish it gave me a number instead of trying to count overlapped cards. It's pretty dumb. 6 mana. I need 8 to do this. Take action. I'm going to be able to do this every turn, so I'll just drop the blue land. I take 4 damage if I leave it on board. And again, I missed 1 damage, so I missed 2 damage so far. Off the prowess pumps. Ooh. Enthralling hold. Take action. Really good cards in hand. Repeatedly deal 3 to any target, enthralling hold to steal it. Like, I die to a single burn spell if I let it hit me, but I'm really tempted just to let it hit me. And enthralling hold. This is tough. Playing Ugin and wiping the board leaves it at 2 loyalty. Then I'm dealing 3 damage a turn after that. Isn't actually that much better. Like, it guarantees I don't die, but then I'm kind of in a worse spot overall. Draw Ugin, I don't even cast it. Okay. I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna let him hit me for 4 menace. I die to a combat trick. And I take his 4/5. If Ugin had life gain, it'd be way better. So now I have 4, 6, 9 damage next turn. Ugin, this can only hit creatures. 6 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures or planeswalkers. Bam.
An opportunity to act rashly. Consider this a warning.
Oh, he's so threatening. You're so scary, Mr. Ugin. And if that is all he has, the game is over. So it comes in tapped. Woo! Close game. A few lines of play there. Still not absolutely sure which line of play like leads to the win a larger percentage of time. There's a lot of potential burn and haste creatures in green-red that could have killed me. Combat tricks. But If I had wiped the board with Ugin, I would actually be on a slower clock to kill him, so he would have had more opportunities to draw the card he needed. But then I would have been at 5 life instead of 1, so it's hard to say. Playing Ugin might have been right there. Instead of Enthralling Hold. Okay, taking it to 5 wins. Gotta make this run last. The opening 4 games were so anticlimactic after that crazy start to the draft. But here we are. 1 mana cantrip, 2 mana Anticipate, Sure Strike. Good enough to keep. I do want to fill my graveyard with spells. It's actually a game. I'm flooded on lands. This is a game where I could potentially cast this. But getting the Anticipate is too strong. So I'm threatening the counterspell by leaving mana open, and then on his end step, I get to pick a card I want. That is beautiful. It's quite vulnerable to counter magic, to any kind of magic. Do I walk into a Lofty Denial? I think I do not. This is the only, like, threatening card in my hand. So it gets Mistral down. Ooh, if I waited a turn, I could have... I can tap down his guy, and on the following turn, play Spell Gorger and have Lofty Denial open. But he's in blue-white, so having this in play isn't, it's not too vulnerable. And I'd rather not use a removal spell on that card. Now this is way better to hit with Rousing Reed, with Capture Sphere. After the Rousing Reed. And I can even do this while my opponent doesn't have mana open to ensure it lands. Get my extra 1 point of damage in. Sadly, I can't do anything at instant speed, and I am very quickly losing card advantage here. But I'm winning on board. Pretty good draw. There's nothing on board I want to Dragonfire yet. You can tap down a guy. That's going to be definitely a card I want to get rid of. Three blue open. He might be just very low on white sources. I will absolutely kill this off. That card is a game changer. If he was holding on to a counter spell, I could have done something about it. He's holding on to something because the game paused to allow him to play. Ooh, that's pretty good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I can cast this and leave 2 mana open, which is amazing. Just amazing. And now this goes up by 6. And gives me 1 counter. So this is 7 points of damage. I have 12 points of damage on board right now. Which is insane. So I could have gotten him to 2 life there if I wanted to. This is so painful. Yeah. This isn't even gonna work. So I get double cast of Lofty Denial. He needs 2 mana to prevent it from happening. So I actually pump him twice if I do this. Oh, man. Exactly enough mana open. That card is so insane. That card is so insane. Oh, that's pretty sick. Okay. So this is going to be awesome. Sort of. So I cast it once, return up to 2 creatures to their owner's hands. I get back my weird, and I guess I bounce the Pegasus or the Arcanist. Double vision, I have to bounce 2 more creatures. That's kind of what I was afraid of. I wanted to choose draw in the next part of the spell. So I reset the board, but I'm still way behind on card advantage. And he gets all of these again. I probably should have targeted the same creature twice instead of giving him a card draw off of Skyscanner. Would have been a better play. And again, if Spellgorger Weird goes through unanswered, it is lethal. Pay 4 mana, okay. Or I could counterspell it for 2, but it doesn't actually help. Resolve. Resolve. Autopay. So my only hope here is he underestimates the Spellgorger Weird with double vision in play. Okay, so this will give me the 4... the condition on Lofty Denial, which is exactly what I need. It's going to Frost Breath, so now I can counterspell Frost Breath. Trigger Weird, trigger Double Vision, trigger Prowess. Doesn't really matter. And I can double counterspell Frost Breath. I don't have lethal now because I couldn't hit Sure Strike with double vision, which is a problem. So the other sequencing it could have done was to cast Sure Strike first, but then I would have telegraphed the win and he just would have jump blocked. That was a crazy number of triggers on the stack. It's like 6 spells. Oh my god, dude. This is feeling impossible right now. My only hope is he doesn't block next turn. Which he almost certainly does. He's leaving open the 1/1 jump, so... I do get to prevent 1 damage. He's tapped out. The red mana isn't going to help me. And he jumps, so no trample here. And I die in swing back, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't die in the swing back. There is hope. He still has 4 cards in hand somehow. Just dumping the board. So if he plays this right, he double taps. He taps on his turn and mine, so I have 0 attackers. This is the first time that I've seen the blue-white flyer deck really come together. Brings me to 3. Puts down Larcenist. Will he tap me down? I also lose to a chump block, so... Double Sure Strike. All attack. He has to double block. Which he will. And then I die next turn. No trample on my creatures. Boom. GG. So, took it to 5 wins, which is pretty decent. Pretty okay. 1,600 gems and 4 packs. Can't complain about that. That was one interesting draft. Sitting at 37 packs. These are all from winnings through drafting. So when I hit 40 packs, I'm going to do an opening video. Should be pretty fun. Well, thank you for watching. This has been Rational Magic. Bringing you a limited content video each and every day. Come back to check out more. I am going to jump into another draft here. I'll do 2 back-to-back. And then take a break afterward. But gotta restart my recording here. Okay. Here we are back again. Rational Magic jumping into Premier Draft, of course, at 2021. I can only hope that this draft is as exciting as the last one. With our, like, last pack, Ugin, second last pack, the green mythic, the Gorger. Absolutely nuts. I still haven't gotten the blue-red deck to be, like, really strong. It is a fantastic archetype if you can make it work. And I'm out of water, but I'm not out of coffee. Ready up. I'll probably be filming some topic discussion videos to mix up the uploads in the future. 5 mana, 3/3, Stormwing Entity, Flying Prowess, costs 3 less to cast if you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, so it brings it down to 2 mana. When it enters, when Stormwing Entity enters the battlefield, scry 2. That's cool. That's freaking awesome. I love it. Really easy to discount to be a 2 mana, 3/3 Flyer Prowess. That scries 2 when you play it. Miscast, very strong. Bolt Hound. Pumps creatures by 1 power, has haste, really good. I haven't actually seen that card yet. Roman Ghostlight, very strong. Blood Glutton, good in the lifelink deck. And a Scorching Dragonfire, which is probably the second pick in this pack, followed closely by Bolt, well, not closely. Followed by Bolt Hound or Roman Ghostlight are pretty close. Easy second pick, Scorching. But I'll take this Sweet Rare. Very cool card. For my number 1 pick. Capture Sphere. Watcher of the Spheres is actually a fantastic card. And it's good enough that I'm pretty happy about picking up that card early in the draft. Usually you avoid gold cards early because they force you to be an exact color combination. But this card is good enough of a payoff that you can really make it work. And the second pick in the pack being Capture Sphere, most likely. And then probably, well, Trottendon. Yeah, Trottendon is probably the number 2. Followed by Capture Sphere and an Acolyte. But I'm going to try to get paid off for being on this blue-white flyer theme. Another Capture Sphere being seen. Sanctum of Fangs is probably my favorite shrine. Deal 1 damage, gain 1 life each turn. Frantic Inventory is good if you can pick up enough of them, but I will take up Capture Sphere, just a good removal spell in blue. And I am somewhat forcing colors rather early in the draft right now, which is not usually advisable. Another shock being passed. So I've had 2 shocks passed to me now. I could pivot into a blue-red splash white. Pick 4 shock seems like quite a bit of a tell. The second picks Read the Tides, Larcenist, and Spellgorger Weird. So both of these cards made it around the table, which is kind of insane. Or made it through 4 picks. So I'm kind of on the fence between shock or weird. Kind of on the fence. They're both so good. But I think it's going to be... Man. Okay, it's going to be weird. A little bit higher up there. Hobble Fiend kind of belongs in the black-red deck. Feat of Resistance is quite a good white spell. +1 counter protection from a color. And I'm actually going to take that up. The other good card here, like Fetid Imp is good. Lurker is okay. Sword is fine. I will play them. I do like Witch's Cauldron quite a lot. But I don't think those cards come near to the power level of Feat of Resistance. Celestial Enforcer is very, very good in the Flyers deck. Probably a little bit better than Frost Breath. Sure Strike is a strong combat trick. But just being able to tap down your opponent's creatures consistently wins a lot of games. Anointed Chorister. It's a fantastic lifelink card. And it's always a threat later in the game. So a strong white so far. Lofty Denial, excellent counterspell, and if you're in Flyers, it's that much better. Read the Tides, I do like as a 1-of. Larcenist is a pretty good card here too. But I think Lofty Denial is far enough above everything else in that pack. I will happily run it. So this is looking like the blue-white Flyer synergy deck. With some strong creatures, strong combat tricks. I saw Double Shock and Weird being passed, which is my reasoning for picking up what is a very, very strong red card. Blue-red dual land is very tempting. We also have Miscast and Cancel in the pack, which I like a lot. It's pretty close for me between Miscast and the Swiftwater Cliffs, but I've had excellent results with this card. 1 mana, counter target instant or sorcery unless its controller pays 3 mana. So there's a lot of like 5 mana kill spells that people are playing in the format, and this very often trades cards with their 5 mana kill spell. Wall of Ruins can be good as just sacrifice fodder. Short Sword I actually think is really good with Flyers. Really, really good with Flyers. Sanctum of All is such a joke. Sanguine Indulgence, probably the strongest card there. 4 mana, return 2 creatures from your graveyard if you gain 3 or more life. Discounted by 3, becomes a 1 black mana to cast. The deck is looking pretty strong so far. I'm not completely sold on white yet, but definitely heavily motivated to be there. This is just your classic blue-white Flyer beat 'em up control deck. With a fair amount of control, like Miscast, Lofty Denial, Feat of Resistance is a lot of interaction. Capture Sphere, it's not bad. Celestial Enforcer. I should have read off this spell. Creature with flying cost 1 less to cast. Whenever another creature with flying enters battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+1 to the end of turn. I will pick up Read the Tides here. I do think it's quite a playable card. It's a bit awkward to use at 6 mana. Gloomsorer is honestly probably a little bit worse than the Lurker. The 4 mana 3/4, you may sack a creature or discard a card, then draw a card. It's actually quite strong. Mind Rot. Opponent discards 2 cards. Pretty happy with how the first pack turned out. Blue wasn't necessarily open. It was more that I took the cards before they could be seen. They weren't necessarily passed to me. And Duress. Wow. Scavenging Ooze is amazing. 2 and a 2/2, pay 1, exile target card from graveyard. If it was a creature card, put a +1 counter on Scavenging Ooze, and you gain 1 life. Fungal Rebirth. I've been found to be quite awkward to use. Lore Scale Codal. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1 counter on Lore Scale is incredible. It's an absolutely amazing card. And this is actually quite a weak pack overall. There's nothing that comes even close to the power level of Lore Scale. Like, these are cute. Scavenging Ooze is quite good. But if there's a reason to force green, it would be this card that just pumps itself every single turn. And Grasp is too far in black. So this is looking like a blue splash. Teferi's Tutelage. If you have any kind of draw in the deck, Teferi's Tutelage can be a pretty simple game winner. Mistral Singer is the flyer that has synergy with white, with my Watcher. Seeing a Hunter's Edge, which is a really good card. I don't have quite enough card draw. Man, as payoffs to make this work. Like, this is the point in the draft where I could pivot into being a green deck. And I would be green-blue and be getting rid of this stuff. But I think the Mistral is strong enough and makes both of those decks every single time. Got a Shipwreck Drowser. 3/3 prowess, enters battlefield, return target instant or sorcery from a graveyard to your hand. Another Lofted Nile in the pack. Whew. Quirion Dryad. Whenever you cast a spell that's white, blue, black, or red, put a +1 counter on him. Green. Green is looking so good. But Shipwreck Drowser, I'm always in blue. I'm going to pick the strong blue card over the strong green card. If it's a close pick. And a second Dryad. What is this insanity? Hunter's Edge being passed in the pack. And Conclave Mentor, another insane card. Okay, so I'm just going to pick up the Quirion, the Dryad over Hunter's Edge. Seeing both of those cards passed. Man, the premium top tier green cards. This is between a Ghostlight and another Capture Sphere. I think Ghostlight is a little bit better of a card. And I do need to start sorting out my playables and unplayables. Celestial Enforcer. If I do end up with white, is a big reason to be there. Goblin Wizardry is wow, really good. 4-minute instant, create 2 1/1 red goblins with prowess is fantastic. Is absolutely fantastic. And I know I just cut red from the deck. But is that card ever good? So I'll sideboard it for now. There's nothing else in the pack that really took my fancy. Swift Response is a good white card. Extremely efficient kill spell. So I'm definitely in blue, and it's the second color here that I'm still sort of split on. The dual land is a huge motivator to make green-blue work. Huge, huge motivator. Would have been insane if I just hard committed to green and grabbed the Dryad, Lore Scale, and possibly a Hunter's Edge over the Mistral Singer, but I still want Mistral Singer in the deck. Then we have these pretty strong white cards just kind of chilling. So Counterspell, Run Afoul has performed really well. But Havoc Jester is just so much more powerful than anything else in this pack. Cancel is fine. It's pretty unlikely I pivot into being red. The card quality is just insane. Like, this card shouldn't make it this far around the pack. And I'll absolutely play a second Lofty Denial. Trackdown is actually pretty sweet. It's really good for thinning. It's a turn 2 play. Read the Tides, Rebirth. Hits permanents, which is kind of cool. Return to Nature, destroy artifact, enchantment, exile target card from a graveyard. It's probably not main deckable. Oops. I don't think any of those cards were main deckable. So it gave me the Fungal Rebirth, which is fine. So, Grim Tutor, Cultivate. Cultivate is actually super tempting. Wildwood Scourge. Whenever one or more +1 counters are put another non-hydro creature, it gets a +1 counter. Scourge could be like the insane payoff in this deck for being in green. Cultivate is really nice, but it's not quite as good. Okay, so we have a Pteranodon here. Fierce Empathy. May search your library for a creature card with CMC 6 or greater, which I'm not really doing. The Shock. Rousing Reed is a draw spell with counter synergy. And I think a better card in this pack. Three mana, Idol of Endurance. Enters the battlefield, exile all creature cards with CMC 3 or less from the graveyard until it leaves the battlefield. Until your end of turn, you may pay two tap, cast a creature spell. So it's a white spell that lets you recast anything with CMC 3 or less by spending 2 mana. It's great. It's just great. And nothing else in this pack is really good. The dual land is nice. Experimental Overload is a very strong card, but not the deck that I'm playing. It's quite unfortunate just how heavily split this deck is between colors. Been getting some really weird signals. I probably do play Cancel in this deck. Frantic Inventory. Beginning of your end step, you gain 3 more life, create a 2/2 Griffin is very, very strong. None of these cards are really good. Take a Griffin, don't play a Griffin. Larcenist is pretty good. Ranger's Guile is okay. The 3 mana Looter, Miscast. I probably don't want too many copies of Miscast. Looter has some good synergy with Lore Scale Oracle. I always like to have filtering. I don't quite have enough flyers for Lofty Denial to be really good, but I'm still big on the card. Still quite big on the card. Maybe I attempt to splash white. I'm pretty low on playables for being pack 3, pick 6. Like, we just started seeing a lot of insanely good green cards. I was hoping to pick up quite a few more Mistral Singers. And at this point, I probably just run Frantic Intervention as a curve filler and a card draw synergy. Pretty happy to play Opt. Basically any playable I find at this point is it's pretty great. Another Tutelage. I could probably get to a 7 mana card in this deck, but I'm also weak on 3 drops, and this does card draw. It does filtering. There's the white-blue dual land. If I'm trying to make white work, which I probably should be, considering that like my card quality went really far down. And another miscast gets passed. I don't know if I played two. So this is going to be a strange deck to make work. I think I do splash white. Just to make sure I have enough playables and I'm happy to run. So miscast, opt, sword. Wildwood Scourger is kind of fun. You can basically, like, if you want, you can play him as a 2-mana 1/1, and then anything else in the deck that gains counters will pump him. So Lore Scale gains counters when I draw, which I have lots of draw effects. Rousing Reed draws and places counters. Not picking up those Hunter's Edge cards was quite a bit worse. The Curion gets counter anytime I play a white or blue spell. Double Curion would have actually like pushed the power level of the deck to be much higher than it currently is. So I probably should have evaluated that card higher than I did in the moment. Curion is one of those bomb uncommons that can completely warp a game. If their opponent doesn't have an answer to it, then you're kind of just winning from that point on. So the other white spell I could play is Feat of Resistance. If I played Idle, it lets me recast Wildwood Scourge, Curion, Watcher, either to Fairy or Lore Scale or Mistral. It's kind of cool. But is that enough? These are all, like, the most powerful cards in my deck are, like, Lore Scale, the most powerful creatures. Lore Scale, Curion, and Wildwood Scourge are basically win cons. And this says you can, and they all have CMC 3 or less. So this is an interesting, could be an interesting run. Perhaps Frantic Inventory. Would be the cut in this deck. The cancel on double blue is actually pretty hard to cast when I'm running 3 colors. So it's 2 cards down. I'm considering running an Idol of Endurance. And then probably the counterspell, the cancel. Or I just run double miscast and like keep my opponents from ever interacting with my very powerful cards, creature cards. At this point, splashing white is probably wrong. Just for the single Watcher. It discounts Roaming Ghostlight, Storm Entity, Mistral Singer. It gives Lofty Denial, the +4 or the 4 condition. The opponent pays 4 mana condition. 3 Lofty Denials, double miscast. So I'm basically like, I'm just trying to get a powerful creature on board early and counterspell my opponent out of interaction. But the problem being, most decks are more aggressive than me, and I don't have enough interaction to stop someone once they hit the battlefield. That's my big weakness here, is I'm pretty low on interaction. Unless I'm counterspelling every single turn. I have 6 counterspells in the deck. Frost Breath actually would have gone pretty nice in here. So splashing white, like Swift Response, is a decent kill spell. That probably doesn't want to be cast on turn 2. But the more white cards I include, the harder it is. The more I'm stretching my mana base beyond what it's capable of supporting. So I'm gonna run this. Not an incredible draft. I love that card though. That Eagle, the Elemental Stormwing Entity, that's so sick. That's a great card. So ideally what you do with this is you, on 4 mana, you counterspell for 2, cast this for 2. This is the best way to play that card. I might miss not having this 2-mana cantrip, just because I have so much prowess in the deck. Straight into Zephyrus. All white mana, I'm on the play, and I have a counterspell. Sorry, all blue mana. Don't know why I said that. Going down 2 cards in the opponent would be quite painful. That's not an amazing hand, but it is a keepable hand. So pulling out my green. It's nice to know I can hit every color. Green, black, dual. Green, black, blue. Hit both dual lands. Boom. Double Fetid Imp. Hurts, but probably not worth using a counterspell. So I really need to draw some kind of action out of the deck. 7 lands so far. Taking 2 a turn. Tutelage, sure. Not a great use of counterspell, but I need to do something. He might have miscast. He has a blue mana open. So decided not to. He could have activated Imp. Oh, that's awful. One of those games. I've drawn 3 out of 4 white lands, both duels. 8 lands out of my deck. Unfortunately, I can't really cut lands from the deck. Being in 3 colors is just asking for a bad time. And I need to not die, so I'm going to start Capture Spearing. Still no miscast. Well, it wouldn't work on an enchantment. There's a card. So 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just going to cast this as a 5/5. The problem being I can't ever attack into him, and I just continue to take damage. Fetid Imp is a huge problem. Okay. Bounces Wildwood Scourge in my hand. And I'm just getting completely out-tempoed. Without a flyer, Lofty Denial is almost never going to hit something meaningful. 3, 4, 5. Like, I suppose he could go to 6. So if I were to tap, I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. If I were to tap 5, this would be a 4/4, and I leave 2 mana open. I don't know. Just get maximum value. Again, this doesn't have trample. It probably dies to a Fetid Imp on attack. I haven't seen any of my own flyers. Our opponent hit 3 colors of mana, no problem. No problem. Tough game 1. It's probably going to be a tough draft overall. I don't think the deck that I ended up in is consistent enough. Oh, God. But it is powerful. Pretty similar deck that we actually played against. Just had a more consistent early game and didn't get flooded on lands. Jumping into game 2. Do you think tooltips should be catered around new players and not include sophisticated information? It's hard to say. So, pretty awesome opener. Couldn't be happier about this. Now I can turn 3 Mistral, turn 4 Stormwing. If this guy doesn't die, he probably does. He has the shock. Get to show off 3 colors of the land. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in hand. It feels like I'm down in cards, but he traded 1 for 1 so far. Okay. And looks like we're racing. Miscast is interesting. Probably dropping a miscast would have been better than the land, because I do need to hit a land on 5. Seeing double miscast in hand is really terrible. It's a big reason why having 2 of them in the deck is probably incorrect. Seems like he likely has an answer for me. Double weird. It's not going to be an easy race. Ouch. So I need like a bounce spell. I highly doubt I can block what my opponent has on board. Scry 2, track down, or a sword. So next turn I swing in. These both have prowess. So I have 3, 6, 10, 11, 12 damage next turn. Prowess is whenever you cast a non-creature spell. So +2 for casting the sword. And I can equip it. So I have lethal in the air next turn if my opponent doesn't interact with me. And I should be able to protect my guys at the same time. That costs a total of 1 to play, 1 to equip, and 2 So 4 or 5 mana to miscast and put down both my win cons. So if a 1 mana spell brings me down to 2. Oh, I did that math so wrong. Okay. So I need to leave a blue open and a green open. 2 hits of prowess. Tap a green. Equip. Go to combat. All attack. Next to blockers. Pump. 2 more prowess. 15 damage. We have won the race. Didn't have to miscast. Tight game. Super tight. I don't think he had any clue that we could have lethal on the following turn. But we certainly did. And that was really like one of the massively spiky plays that the deck is capable of doing. But the consistency is definitely a problem. If I dropped miscast, Fungal Rebirth actually isn't terrible. It's good for stopping aggression. Return a permanent from my graveyard. The problem being I don't have that many permanents. Like I have 5. I have 6 counter spells in the deck right now. Like Swift Response is probably the best card I could put in. So I'll run that. So I have a total of 2 kill spells or onboard interaction spells and 6 counter spells. 1 bounce spell. 2 if you include the Ghostlight and the 6 mana sorcery. I can't believe I won against Double Weird. That was so clutch. I will keep this hand. It's debatable whether I should sword or opt or play my dual land. I'm looking for plays. I can sword opt next turn. And I'm getting flooded on lands again. Daybreak Charger. I'm so glad he didn't have something to target with that. Capture Sphere. I have to pick up. I can't not take that card. This is awful. Okay. Saying goodbye to Anot Panicker. A Note Panicker. A Nut Panicker. Boom. It's often mistaken for the coming dawn as it gallops across the horizon. You gotta be pretty dumb to mistake a horse for the coming dawn. Ouch. More lands. More pain. Okay. Oh, pretty sweet. It's cool they animated it. What if those are new? I've never seen the flag card back. Taken 5. Yeah, we are so done. Maybe I should have hard mulliganed it, but I kind of figure that I can brainstorm into some kind of relevant play. Not today, though. This prevents 3 damage on the ground. This prevents 3 damage in the air. Still a long ways off stabilizing. I at least now have something to do with my lands, but I'll probably die before that becomes relevant. Good old Sky Scanner. 3 mana 1/1 draw card. And now I'm drawing Track Down at a too high mana cost to be worth casting. It's not an instant either. 5 mana to Capture Sphere is so bad. Take 3 damage. See if you can get protection from white. I'm pretty done. Yeah. That is game. That is game. So this is the big motivation for live streaming on Twitch. I think the viewership at least would have picked up interest. They're just better at advertising or promoting streams when they're live. So pretty weak. 1 win, 2 losses. Aggressive aggro decks look to win quickly with cheap creatures before the opponent can set up effective defenses. No kidding. Work opponent. It's gonna be tough with triple blue. But I will keep this hand. And probably drop the Watcher. Track Down's pretty nice. I would definitely like to hit a relevant 3-drop. Oh, Wildwood, a Forest, or Roaming Ghostlight. Okay. So I have 2 lands in hand. I can draw a Ghostlight and then keep Scourge. Pretty decent cards. I don't currently have ways to pump this, but there definitely are ways in the deck. I can just play this as a 2/2, and it's a relevant threat later. Kite Sail, Freebooter. It's going to take Lofty Denial or Capture Sphere. Probably the Capture Sphere. Mm-hmm. So I will play this as a 2/2, and it has the potential to grow with any of my other +1 counter synergy cards. He can't grasp it. With white, green, black. Like the uncommon... There's an uncommon kill spell that does it. Scavenging Ooze. Guess he's just reading the card. Okay, whenever I cast a spell that's white, blue, black, or red, put a +1 counter on him. So that will pump both my creatures. And he's going to start exiling things from the graveyard. He has to play around Lofty Denial. That or he should. So him knowing that is in my hand is quite painful. Double Lofty Denial. Gonna have to pass. So double casting this is actually pretty good. Distributes 4 counters. Eliminate. Yeah, so he had the destroy creature CMC 3 or less. The problem here, like I could double cast it and he would still die. Now I can pump his dude. Flies, what are you doing here? And the pain will come. A 5th land, man, would change this game a lot. I could bounce to 3/3 and have a blocker in the air. But instead, I'm basically doing nothing here. Yep. So it's just taking a really long time to activate Ooze. I can block Titanic Growth, kill off the Ooze when he swings in. He could very well just have his own combat trick. This does not have flash, so I can't cast it. So Gwark stops there. Still no lands, still a really good card. So these are just gonna continue to pump themselves, which is pretty cool. He could have the 2/1 flash spell, but I think I need to start putting on pressure. Looks like he does. Oh, swift response. Okay. Just need to land. And this game is completely different. Great. Oh, I'm getting really freaking tired of this. So you can tap down my guy on my turn. There's no point in leaving him open. I take 4 damage. Boom. Double counter spell wouldn't have done anything. And this is just too late to interact. I need his tap down guy to not be in play. And he gets in for 1 damage next turn if he has 0 interaction in his hand. Too far behind on tempo. Yeah. That should be lethal. Do you math? You do. Okay. Quick end to that draft. Couldn't bring the deck together there. I got just pretty split between 3 colors and then started seeing insanely powerful green cards later in the game. And then I just didn't have enough good playables at that point to really bring the deck together. But the early aggression in this format too is so high that if you're not interacting or doing something meaningful in the first 2 turns of the game, you're going to lose to a lot of decks. But I know the deck's invalid. Come on. Take home my card pack. And gotta check and make sure I'm not run out of storage, as this has become a very, very long stream. Oh yeah, 70 gigabytes. Plenty of room. Okay, I'm gonna jump into draft number 3. See if we can pull out a better game. $1,500 gems in the pot. Before I start though, I'm gonna grab another water, and I'll be right back, resuming the stream shortly. All right. Rastro Magic is back. Jumping into a Premier Draft 2021 core set. See if we can make up after that last play. Finding draft table. Been pretty good drafts today. 1-6 win, 1 not so great, 2 win. Average is out. And this will probably be the last recording of the day. Do a little bit more tomorrow. Ready up. 9 lives. We got the Waker of Waves. Lower Scale Codal. When we draw a card, +1 counter. It's pretty amazing. 5 mana, 3/3, and dies, deal 3 damage. So some pretty strong cards here. Lower Scale is nutty. Thrashing Broadendon and Double Green is pretty good. Waker of Waves is also a very good card. The 2-mana discard that enables this turns it into basically Anticipate is very strong. But I'm actually going to first pick the Lower Scale, as it's just one of the best uncommons in the set. And we'll see where we go from there. Tolarian Kraken, 4 mana, 3/2. Other creatures get -1/-1. Kaverick the Spiteful. I'm not too impressed by that card. Certainly does not excite me. But this pack overall is pretty weak. Looking at the Mutt, looking at Twin Blade Assassins, starting out double golds is not good, and I wouldn't generally recommend this, but this pack is just awful. There's like nothing else that's really a big incentive. Probably Chandra's Mutt is like the next best card. But nothing that pushes me in the direction of a color, so I'm just gonna take a gold and see what ends up paying off. So Shipwreck Drowser, 3/3, prowess, enters battlefield, turn target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. Curian Dryad, when we cast a spell that's any color but green, put a +1 counter on him. Dryad is awesome. It's a premium 2-drop, and it takes over games. Shipwreck Drowser is also very good, but it's more of a build-around card. It's good in most situations, but it's not guaranteed to give you value. Looking at Titanic Growth, Capture Sphere here. 2 mana, 2/2 flash, prevents your opponent from casting cards from their graveyard. Is pretty good. But I think I just take the on-color control spell. And see if I can make blue-green work. Being past a Dryad is pretty promising. So looking at Snare Spinner, 2-mana cantrip that gives +1 and trample. Turret Ogre is another good card. Griffin Airy is an excellent payoff for being in life gain. We also have the 3-mana 2/3. Zombies you control get +1 power being for end step. If a creature died this turn, you may pay 2 mana, create a 2/2 zombie. Neat. Pretty neat. Snare Spinner is really good at shutting down a lot of the aggressive flyer decks. This is a pretty weak pack overall. Turret Ogre. It's one of the stronger cards here. It seems weird to pick up a Snare Spinner this late into a pack. Goblin Wizardry is also very good. But it's just one of those necessary cards that you need to not die. It definitely overperforms for what the card actually does. Furious Rise. Your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, exile top card of your library. You may play that card until you exile another card. Easy opt here, I think. Pretty good filtering in blue. Woman 1/2 reach. Spend 3, deal 1 damage to a creature with flying. Most of the flying creatures have more toughness than this card is capable of dealing with. And the Gnarled Sage has actually been a pretty good card. You can turn it into a 4/6 vigilance, and it has reach itself. Not an exciting pickup, but definitely a card I'm happy to play in the deck. It's pretty similar opening to the last draft. The problem there was I found a Lore Scale and Curion very late in the pack. Very late into the draft. But still being in pick 1, I can definitely play around these cards. So a couple things here. I think the dual land I actually value a little bit more highly than Snare Spinner. I have double reach creatures already. So I'm looking okay there. I would just like to fix the mana base up. It can't be understated, the value of picking up dual lands in drafts. They're typically undervalued cards. 9 lives, wheels around the table, just kind of funny. Track Down I actually think is a fine card. In draft, just seeing the top 3 cards of your deck and being able to clean up future draws is pretty nice. Run of Foul I actually think is main deckable. There are enough flyers in the format that having a 1-mana kill spell is pretty nice. Colossal Dreadmaw is excellent payoff for being in green. 6/6 Trampler. Just has better stats than most things in the game. And helps you win. Sanguine Indulgence could be a card that gets run. I am looking at splashing black for the Twin Blade Assassin. But I'll need a little bit more support to do so. Griffin Airy is very strong. It would technically be possible to swap into Selesnya, but I think I take the green-red dual land and just be have the option of going into those colors. Another pretty poor rare in the pack opening. Pretty miserable pack overall, actually. Opt is quite nice, but I'm thinking of first picking a dual land, which is pretty sad. This isn't the Spells Matters deck. While Opt is good, it doesn't actually push many synergies. It is really good for Dryad. Picking up that Opt. But actually, I would really like the Jungle Hollow. Just fix the land base. And have black be open. 3-mana 3/1 flash. Well, I actually like. Enters battlefield, draw cards, or X the number of creatures that died this turn. You either play it as like a 3-mana kill spell or a 3-mana 3/1 draw card. Thornwood Fall is here. It's pretty decent. Devotee, maybe I should be valuing higher than I am. It's a 3-mana 2/3 that sometimes you can spend 2 mana to create a 2/2. Your end step, if a creature died this turn. So if any creature died this turn, you can spend 3 to create a 2/2 zombie. And it's hard to say if that's better than the 3/1 flash. Village Rites is a really good draw spell. Pride Malkin is quite nice. Discontinuity, 6 mana. If it's your turn, the spell costs 4 less to cast. Oh, the end your turn card. That's pretty cute. Scythe is a pretty sweet card, actually. And looking at Leafkin Avenger here. Second Dreadmaw. I'm not too excited to run, but Village Rites is actually a pretty sweet card draw spell. But the Scythe is a card that's overperformed. Pride Malkin might be the better card. There's my Pteranodon. It's exactly what I want early in the curve, and also seeing it pretty late in the pack is quite promising. Set is on training. 2-minute cantrip. Volcanic Salvo is amazing and shouldn't be pick 5 ever. Shouldn't ever be pick 5. Deals 6 damage to 2 creatures and discounts itself. A Dragonfire being passed. So I just got past Volcanic Salvo Dragonfire, pick 5/6. What is happening? I think I'd probably cut black and try to make red work. Beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, return from your graveyard. Man, black is so open. But I have to take Pride Malkin for the synergy with green. It's just a little bit too good. Another excellent, excellent black card. Making it late. Sky Scanner is pretty good. But I wouldn't say it's better than a freebooter. So I'm going to start cutting out some of the different colors here. Because it does look like there's going to be some color swap happening. Like, they passed me Dragonfire, Volcanic Salvo. It's like 2 of the best cards you can draft in red. Trader's Greed, take control of a creature, and then you gain mana. Which means if you have a sack outlet, it can be pretty sweet. And another Devotee, making it this far. So like black-red seems to be the colors that are really open. Which is a little bit mind-boggling. This could just be a splash of lower scale Codal. And then not running Opter Capture Sphere. I could see that being the deck, and then keeping a lot of these black cards in. So black-green deck, and then whether I have red or blue, beyond that is a little bit up in the air. Bad deal. Draw 2 cards and each opponent discards 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. I think bad deal can actually be good. Blood Glutton and a Brute for... There's definitely better cards to run at 6 mana. So another Sanguine. I think I already picked up one somewhere, but it's probably making the deck. Oh my god, Garruk Unleashed. Up to 1 target creature gets +3/+3 and trample. -3, create a 3/3 beast token. Opponent controls more creatures than you. Put a loyalty counter on Garruk. Wow. So easy Garruk here. Pretty strong pack. Hunter's Edge, Thallid, Visionary, Pestilent Haze, and an Howlblade, and a Resistance are all very, very good cards. But that is an easy black. Okay, so looking at this pack, I don't think Thieves Guild Enforcer is actually very good. 1/1 flash, whenever enters Thieves Guild or another rogue enters the battlefield under control, each opponent mills 2 cards. As long as your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it gets +2/+1 and has Death Touch. It's pretty weak. There aren't even like many rogues at all in the format. 4 mana 3/3, being end step if a creature died, put a +1 counter on Sabertooth. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty decent. Archfiend's Vessel is a big reason to be in black if you can ever find a way to recur it, which I don't currently have. Another Mauler. Another Mauler and not really too many burn spells to make this deck work. I'm okay splashing a single Codal. The card is definitely that good. As for red, I don't know if I'm in red yet. So the early game is looking all right. I definitely do want to play another Pridemalkin. What a noise. Why did Pridemalkin make that noise? Why, oh why? 4 mana 4/2. I'm getting pretty heavy on 4. Oh, yes. Yes. I want as many Troodons as I can find. What a pack. The dual land is actually pretty sweet here. Although Fangs is great. Fangs is a win con. Temple of Mystery is great. Kind of on the edge between these two cards. I don't think I need Sanctum to win. I'm going to take the Temple. Making splashing like way more justified. Double Temple. Oh, but also a Pestilent Haze. I think I'm defensive enough. I don't necessarily need the Pestilent Haze to win. And now the consistency of my land base is pretty insane. And there's another Pestilent Haze. Probably a card that's not quite valued what it's worth. I believe I've sideboarded a Runafel already. I have. I'm not running two. Duress I like. But I already have too many playables in the deck, which is actually a really nice place to be in. So that's 22 cards, and they're also definitely cards in my sideboard I'd be happy to run. And I'll pick up Archfiend Vessel this late. I don't have a way to recur it at the moment, but I definitely might in the future. Well, okay, I won't have a way in the future. Double Equipment is probably bad. Another 5-drop just to fill out the curve. I definitely don't need Runafowl with 3 creatures that have reach. So, what's making up the curve? 7 mana, 8/6. Whenever it becomes blocked by a creature, that creature's controller loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Blibbity blue. Okay. Kitesail, Scythe, Troodon. This card is quite a bit better with Troodon. But I think 2 equipments is probably a bit much. I believe I do run 1 Sanguine Indulgence even without the life gain. But what else are we doing here? I have double blue dual lands. I could just put in a Capture Sphere. So this has to, you can't just take it out of the graveyard. It has to enter the battlefield from the graveyard. So I don't actually have great recursion. I don't have any recursion. And so Pestilent Haze, while it is very good, it kills off a lot of my own creatures. I could play like one more late game card and an Indulgence. 4 mana, return up 2 cards from your graveyard to your hand. I didn't quite pick up all the playables that I want. I think Bad Deal might actually be a good card. Ironically. Draw 2 cards, each opponent discards 2 cards and loses 2 life. All players lose 2 life. 6 mana, you draw 2, the opponent discards 2. So it's a 4 card swing that burns everyone for 2. There's pretty big synergy between both Liliana Standard Bearer, Devotee, and Pestilent Haze. But they're high mana plays. If a creature died this turn, you can spend 2 to create a 2/2 black zombie. So if you like Pestilent Haze the board, spend 2 mana, create a 2/2. Or the 6 mana combo is that you haze and then after that resolves, cast Bearer. Big problem with this deck is I'm missing the Hunter's fight spell, and I'm missing the 2 mana black fight spell. Not fight. The grasp. The double black grasp and the 4 mana Hunter fight spell. Track down, I could see making the deck over some of these other cards. Probably over the Gloomsore. I actually have quite a bit of hand hate in this deck. And I was thinking I picked up a Mind Rot during the draft, which might have been okay. 7 mana, 8/6. I don't think it does quite enough. So pretty solid land base. 4 blue sources, splashing for Capture Sphere and Lore Scale. Double dual blacks, 2 temples for the Scry. There's actually a lot of Scry in the deck. The consistency of this deck is pretty good. Also, Pestilent Haze synergizes with Sabertooth. So I think I should find a way to run it. There's like 4 synergy cards with Pestilent Haze, and it does often kill off all of the weenies that fill up the board. It's got to be right. Okay, pretty excited. Pretty excited to run this deck. Garruk was so sweet. That was an awesome pickup. And again, these cards survive the -2/-2, which is really good. I have a ton of ways to generate tokens, which is pretty cool. Making green-black work. Work. With so many token generators, the Scythe and the Short Sword, I think, get quite a bit better. I'm still not sure running both is correct, but that's okay. I actually have a lot of card draw for being in black-green. It's all attached to creatures. There's a lot in my deck. They printed a lot of cards that say do something if a creature died this turn. Which is what makes me think that, like, it would have made sense if there was a decent, like, 4 or 5 mana board wipe or semi-board wipe. it would have been nice to see in the set, and it would have pushed black into a much better spot, I think. If there was just like 5 mana, give the board -3/-3, like something not crazy, but good enough that it would balance out the high aggro of the set. So pretty ideal opener, get lots of scry. It's a slow start, but it's also defensive. And I'm actually going to drop this temple, as I do have an untapped black land in hand. 1 land on top. I do need land draws. I have a pretty heavy hand. But I get another turn to scry. I can play land for 2 more turns. Two 5-drops in hand. That's actually tough. But I have like 3 draws to hit a second, to hit 1 more land. Gonna let that go. Ooh, that's a sick card. So Mazemind Tome. It starts with 4 page counters on it. Oh, when there are 4 games exiled. So you can tap it to scry, or you can spend 2 and draw. It gets counter every turn. I'm going to play this with my scry land. So top decking. I'll leave a land on top, even if second blue. I pulled a 6-drop, so now I'm definitely motivated to hit land draws. My hand went from expensive to more expensive. Drops down to 2/2. So I'll develop my own 2/3. He can spend 2 mana if a creature died that turn, create a 2/2 zombie creature, and it does count any creature that dies. 3/3 can't be blocked as long as you've drawn 2 or more cards. So he might get in a little bit of damage, but it's not a very scary threat. And I'm on track. Definitely on track to hit my 5-drop at least. This is where having good fixing in the pack super pays off. So we're not hurting for our life total yet. The opponent has effective card draw, which will let them catch up in the late game. And he's going to attack in for 3. Draw before we get to blocks. So that's a cool combination that he has going. Okay, I'm going to test a combat trick. It's got none. And probably develop my own Twin Blade. So, great card quality in hand. Lots of 6 mana plays. And none of the creatures I played so far die to Pestilent Haze. Our opponent has no shortage of a card draw, so him playing low tempo plays is actually really good. This could be a really good turn for Pestilent Haze. So I can swing in for 7. So he gets 1 more activation of this. He's going to take 7. So if he blocked there, I could have wiped or killed 2 of his creatures with Pestilent Haze. And I can hold open Capture Sphere, but just getting down another creature is really good. If I did just cast this to kill off the 2/2. Wow. Okay, he spent... all he's doing is drawing cards. It's going to lose in the game. So if I Pestilent Haze, simply to kill off the 2/2, I can generate a 2/2 zombie and draw a card on end step, which is pretty sweet. Not that it's a good play, but it's cool that it's an option. Yeah. Makes me wonder what his game plan could have possibly been. He's probably like a tutelage deck if you're committing that hard to card draw. Like he got to 7 lands and never really did anything on board. Makes me think he's card draw. So that like tutelage, whenever you draw a card, your opponent mills 2 cards. The single enchantment win con. That Rex draft. Which I drafted it in one of my previous videos that's going to be uploaded, and I definitely could have played it and done well with that card. I got to 6 wins doing like a green-red, doing a blue-red double up, double vision synergy deck. But I definitely could have gotten there just playing Teferi's Tutelage and all-inning that card. I think it would have been a more consistent deck. But that'll probably be the video that gets uploaded before today's content. Pretty good opener. I don't have a way to enable Troodon right now. But all that card really has to do is prevent my opponent from attacking. It's my only black source so far. I kind of have to leave it there. Even though I'm getting painfully flooded, I do have a pretty heavy curve into the deck. So I don't have to show black quite yet. It doesn't really matter though. Visionary. So we're about to get tempoed out. I don't think I want to flash in the bear. I kind of doubt that he uses a kill spell next turn. So I'm going to play my tap land this turn. It's going to be a lot of slow, grindy games. Which is a big reason for running the Sanguine Indulgence. 4 mana, return 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Nothing. Nothing, nobody. Running white, eh? That was the noise of a very small kitty. That was not a saber-toothed noise. +1 power cycles. It's a little bit alarming that my opponent could be in a life gain synergy deck. Not a super effective turn. So I'm going to do this first so that I can attack in with Troodon, and then if he blocks to kill something, I draw a card in my end step. Not having any true kill spells hurts this deck so much. I have so many triggers. What are people doing? Okay. Kind of feels like I'm being given wins. How could you possibly have no plays? Like 8 cards in hand and 5 mana? Two games in. Do you pay 1? So he's running nothing but Lofty Denials. Double green in the opening hand. Unfortunately, I can't keep this, but I have some good cards there. I want every single thing in my hand. This is really good. This is a really good hand. Wow. I mean, I think I keep Twin Blade over the Sabertooth. When he dies, deal 1 damage to any target. So I'm going to have a very vulnerable Pride Malkin against this deck. Arcanist. So he's ahead of me by 2 mana now, being on the play, which is pretty scary. What's it going to be? I could pump my guy and swing in. The other option just being developing Pteranodon. The 2/2 body doesn't really do me much good. The benefit of developing Pteranodon now is when I do play Pride Malkin, I can attack in with 2 creatures before my opponent interacts. It's not a great use of mana, which is a little bit weird. Like, ideally, I get some kind of combination with these cards triggering either Standard Bearer or Twin Blade. But it might be too greedy to try and play towards that end. Oh, that was a really good draw. That was a really good draw. So if I can top deck a land, this is going to get really good. So I couldn't enable one of these to be a 4/4 and have Liliana open. See the truth. 2 mana rare anticipate. Okay. Show me the truth. Stalling out the game is pretty good for him. He can loot for the cards he needs from his deck. And he has a pretty big mana advantage over me. But so far he hasn't gotten good card value. He discards Heartfire Immolator. That's one of the better cards in your deck. So a few options here. I do want to develop this. I could put the side down, but I'm feeling pretty pressured to do something relevant in this game. The other option, which is kind of cool, is pumping this guy and attacking in that way. I don't want Arsonist to die yet. Which he probably would. He'd chump block, kill off my 2-1. So actually, I've convinced myself I'm just going to develop equipment before I attack. And then if they want to trade with any of my creatures, I can get value out of it. It's what both of the cards in my hand are doing right now. They say if I trade with a creature and cast them, I benefit. So that's 5 mana. This can draw me a maximum of 1 card. This can draw any number. It's pretty interesting. So I'm going to pay 1. Equip. The 3/2. Attack with the 3/2. He doesn't take damage. I counted mana wrong. I totally could have done this and swung in with 2. So I could have put another 4 power pressure on, which would have been really good, or even swung with everything, but... Four, too. My turn. Not leaving a blocker back could be pretty bad. So trades 2 creatures, kills off Pride Malkin. I get a counter on my equipment. Now I play my 5/4 and I draw a card on my end step. I haven't hit any of my dual lands yet. Whatever I equip with this card is going to be really scary now. This becomes a 5/5. Beginning of your combat, +2 power to target creature. So I only draw if a creature of mine died on my end step. So he's just going to try to win through the by giving his guy unblockable and pumping every turn. That's actually really good. So I'm going to pay 1, equip. I can attack in for 7. We'll trade off his dude. And my opponent is pretty desperately running out of cards here. And I can just standard bearer to draw a card. And now I can throw this onto a creature that I don't mind dying. Card advantage is mine. So he has the combo up again, but I'm very quickly threatening lethal. So this card, these 3 cards are an unblockable combo, the Pumpas guy. Somewhat vulnerable to burn spells. Garruk is pretty sweet. I can give a creature a trample, which is pretty awesome. But so the 3rd land actually does a lot to secure this. So right now I have 6, 11, 14 damage. Oh, what? Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. I absolutely meant to grab Garruk. Well, I might just die. So I'm forcing a block. He has to have some kind of spell interaction. Which he does. Next turn he deals 5 to me. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, I just grabbed the wrong card. I meant to grab Garruk, give my guy trample, and then have Pestilent Haze open. I really hope I'm not dead here. And now I draw on man step. Yep, now I'm dead. That was brutal. That was brutal. So why can't I block him in the air? He has flying. I have reach. Oh, he's unblockable, yeah. I'm dead. So if I drop Garruk, give my guy trample, Pestilent Haze, kill off the 2/2. Then he hits me for 4 in the air on the following turn. Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Not paying close enough attention. It's one of those things where you just focus all of your attention on talking, narrating, and then the simple thing like clicking a card just eludes you. I actually do like this opening hand. It doesn't look strong, but the Haze Scythe is pretty nice, and I get 1 scry. It's a good card. So I could have just cast this turn 2. The problem being, yeah. If I want to Pestilent Haze, it kills off my own guy. If he doesn't grab Haze, I'm probably just casting Haze. Although it is a really good card against black-white. But now that he knows I have it, he's always going to play around it. It's probably correct for him to grab Pestilent Haze to protect the 1/2. Neither of these cards affect his board, or are they relevant this early? But tell me. Hope that's not too loud. Yeah, so it grabs the Haze, which removes the interaction from my hand. If I get to 6 mana, this could be really good. I like how easy they make equipment in this in this interface. Indulging Patrician is amazing. Just an amazing card. And I could straight up lose to that. Equipped creature is +1 for each soul counter. When equipped creature dies, put a soul counter on side. So the reason last game I lost a creature, because I equipped while damage was still on on the creature, and it brought it below. It brought it to 0 life. So that's something to keep an eye out for. If a creature received combat damage, and then you change equipment around, they can still die from that combat damage. So they have the combo. Whenever they gain life, opponent loses that much life with Patrician. Pretty nasty. So at least have a blocker on the ground now. It's going to be really hard to win this game. He just has super, super strong cards. And that counter brought the 1/4 at a range of dying to my blocker. So I'm going to lose 2 life to the to Veto Thorn the Dusk Rose. But Patrician is not pinging me yet. He has to gain 3 life a turn to do that. If I had blue mana, I could turn off one of these cards. Yeah, this is like absolutely ideal. Or a land this turn. Would have been really sweet. So, do the only thing I can do. I mean, if I bait out a block, yeah. Like, I could have attacked in with the Dryad to try to let it die. With the Scythe to get a counter and put this in range of killing one of his flyers. But that's a really terrible play in terms of value. I probably just end up losing more than I gain. There's my land. Enables a Pteranodon so I can attack in and kind of keep his life total in check. The activation, that sucks. The activation on a Dusk Rose is a win con by itself. It gives everything he controls lifelink. So he can deal 2, 4, 5, 7 damage, 8 damage. So he could have dealt 7 damage on attack through lifelink and then dealt 3 damage second main phase. Yep. I'm just gonna die. So I get burned by 3. Burned 4/3 on his end step. Yeah, I just can't compete with that sort of card quality. Boom. That's awesome. That's like the draft dream. When you pull Veto and the Indulging Patrician. It's really awesome. Easy first 2 wins. Misplay led to loss in the 3rd game. And 4th game lost to quite a powerful deck. Concurrent viewers. Nice opening hand. Get my Pteranodon down. And turn 3 is good time to temple. Black red. Already putting me on a clock. Leave that on top. Ooh, I kept thinking I had a black in play, but I did not. Okay, so Dryad is still good. I wanted the scythe to activate Pteranodon. Oh, double Sanctum. So I really have to put on the pressure now. Which this does. So he's burning me for 2, gaining 2 life every turn. He can spend 1, discard a land, and deal 2 damage to any target. What a crazy deck. Forcing double shrine. Let's see if it works. Okay, that was a mistake. I could have pumped this 1 more time. He's gonna block kill it now. But I do get a card draw. So that was kind of my rationale for attacking, was that I get a card out of this. But it would have been better just to pump my guy at a range. Not really worth drawing a card. Applying a little bit too hastily. The 3rd draft this afternoon. Not quite as fresh as I would like to be. I'm just so not a fan of this design. Like, they get powerful the more of them you have, and so the way they balance that is by making them legendary, so you can only have 1. And then making their effects, like, really underwhelming. I will attack in here. If he double blocks, I draw and get a counter on my scythe. And I can discard his last 2 cards. Keep a blocker open. Chrome Replicator. What a deck. So 3/6 by playing a land, I can put down Sabertooth and Pride Malkin. It's going to be hard to win this race. Dealing 2 a turn really hurts, and I die to the swing back pretty soon. I have to double block that. The combat trick is going to really hurt. Oh yeah, so he discards a card, pings off my dude. That's what I was missing. Takes the kill with the tiger. Freebooter doesn't really help. I can swing in for lethal and force at least 1 block. But then I'm hurting on the swing back. Let's throw the equipment on here. So we can kill off my tiger with the same trick. Chooses not to. Who do I pump here? Swing for lethal again, force a block. Is he gonna kill off the Sabertooth? Yep. Pretty good use of his land. I can attack for lethal again. Oh my god, this guy. You hurt me. You hurt my soul. And I'm dead next turn. I can gain 1 life off this. So he hits me for 3. I gain 1 life, I go to 4. He can burn me for 1. Actually, I have a blocker on the ground. That helps a lot. The spider is saving me here. So he can burn me for 1 with Sanctum. Target creature, planeswalker. Okay, so it can't hit face. Has to hit a creature or a planeswalker. If he attacks, I can block kill with the snare spinner. And whatever blocks a creature with flying. So if I attack in with both and he blocks here, he loses. He gains 1, goes to 4 and dies. So yeah, he's at 1 life after this turn. I take another 2 from him. I'm at 1 life. And then hopefully I kill him. Okay, that should be it. Please tell me I have it. Please. Okay. Close game. Really had to fight for that one. Again, not a perfect game. Made 1 mistake on attacks. Without properly reading how the shrine worked. Getting up there, see if I can take this to 4 wins. It is a very powerful deck. Little light on interaction. But the card quality is there, and the consistency of the lands are there. Having double temples in a 3-color deck makes a world of difference. Absolutely does. If you have more than 5 lands, or fewer than 2, consider mulliganing. Why do you need me, man? These tooltips. You're going to be a pro player in no time. Just by reading the game. Amazing. Hallelujah. Sopho King. Opponent goes first. Opening hand has Garruk. Garruk, who probably dies. He does create a 3/3 the turn I play him, but it's unlikely he survives after that. I mean, 3 mana 3/3 and turn 4 play. I think it has to do. I have 2 of the strongest cards in my deck in hand. Not having Troodon is Pretty painful. One filter. But if Garruk is allowed to live, that guy can win games. Not against Flyers, though. So Troodon was a clutch draw. Absolutely clutch. If he doesn't play a card here, I can expect probably a swift response. Drawing into any of my... Ooh. Too bad I don't have a black. That's a really good card against blue-white. No Lofty Denial. He's got something. You do play into Swift Response. Like, if he uses a kill spell on my 2-drop, I should be happy about that outcome. Nothing. So, just pause the game a lot. The problem playing with playing Garruk next turn is he probably dies if I minus him. He goes to 2 loyalty. It is a hell of a lot of pressure if I plus him and I swing in for 9 next turn. He's going to capture Sphere, so that's his whole turn. It's pretty sweet. And this is going to be really hard for him to deal with. So he deals 1 a turn. I don't want to bring my guy down to 2. And this is an amazing amount of pressure. Pumping a guy by 3 every turn. Next turn I can drop Twin Blade, which is sweet. They didn't really print Planeswalker interaction in the set, because that's what WotC hates to do. They hate interaction with infinite value. So swings in for 1, 4 loyalty. If I minus him, it goes to 2, probably dies. I'm really quickly going to force blocks by attacking. If I get a good draw with Kite Sail Freebooter, it might be better just to protect Garruk. Interesting. So either drop Twin Blade, which is really aggressive, or I take a card out of my opponent's hand and start pumping my guy. And I am worried about what my opponent could have. This game is like pretty much won if I can stop my opponent from interacting. Sticky tap 2 guys. What? What would you possibly choose? Okay. Not a good card to draft. So I can create a 3/3, then I have 2 loyalty guy. And I think I would rather just pump something and have a blocker.
Out of our way.
So happy to block, take 2 damage.
Go away.
So these are both end step triggers.
Dare you to stop this?
And it's going to be pretty hard for him to not die next turn. Pretty hard. All right. Good stuff. Garruk got his moment in the sun. Always really liked Garruk as a part of the lore. Pretty bad dude. Hell yeah. Taking it to 4 wins, which is basically breaking even. Now we have a shot at making a profit. Sergeant Deadly. I will be cautious. So, really good opening hand. It's debatable whether I want a Freebooter or Troodon. I'd probably put on Troodon. Cantrips turn 1. Ooh, this could be really good pressure. 2/2 on board. Pretty happy to have a 3/3 blocker here. Just gonna tap to burn me for 1. Pumping my guy to 4 now is quite questionable. So I think I'd rather just take cards out of my opponent's hand, knowing I have a duress here too. Nice, so these are really good cards. So I'm going to take Unsubstantiate and then duress out the better card. And I've just taken all of the interaction out of my opponent's hand. This is like one of the best spells in his deck. So happy to block there. Anytime Troodon trades up, it's a win. That card is just so good. And was really close to being in a lot of pain this game. I am on a clock. Putting Pride Malkin down there would have meant I'd hit for 2 in the air turn, but then I have no way to activate Troodon. Life gain lands are coming in handy. So 5 damage a turn is enough to put the race in my favor. Goblin Wizardry, pretty sweet spell. Burn me for 2. This is definitely a game where bad deal is a bad deal. Pretty good. He has a strong deck. Goblin Wizardry, Experimental Overload. Both of these 2 drops are really great. Pretty great cards. Gonna keep doing 5 a turn. Hold back blockers. He's gonna have to start considering like quadra blocking, double or quadra blocking this, as I am getting him pretty close to lethal. Sergeant Deadly. Six mana. Woo! He had it. Time for the feel bads. So that's interesting. He could have discounted this by 2 mana by tapping the mutts, but he wants them for blockers. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a surrender. So he has 4 blockers. Troodon has trample. Anything with a counter on it has trample. What's the math here? So he could prevent... takes 3 if he blocks everything, so it's technically not lethal if I swing in with everything I have. So I'll do conservative blocks or attacks. He would survive at 1 life. He could prevent this, drop this down to 2 damage and take 1, take 2 and 1, 3 damage and go to 1 life. Which isn't a lot better for him. He loses all of his creatures on board. So he dies to this currently. Boom. Trample. People often forget that Pride Malkin gives creatures trample. It's part of the reason that the card is so amazing, is that it enables trample. I've seen people play like 5 Pride Malkins with 0 Troodons in the deck. Which is kind of nutty. Alright, moving up the ladder. Getting that value. Pretty good stuff. If you don't like your opening hand, you can mulligan. Magic. How bitty. Okay. Nothing bad about this hand. Nothing at all. What a cute sword. So dropping Pride Malkin, I open myself up to Pestilent Haze. Which is quite an effective card against Selesnya. One flyer. Mr. Jupiter. But the aggression that I get by attacking with a 4/4 this early is just insane. I think I'd be giving up too much to not have this tempo play. It's got a 4/3. So unfortunately I can't play Garruk this turn. And I don't have double black to cast Pestilent. Idle. Wow, that's a good card. Little sneak peek at my opponent's hand. Trading this for the 4/3 isn't terrible. It's really not that bad, and it means he has 1 fewer creatures to pump with this guy. And I'm winning on life total. I think I will do this. So having no reach in that flyer in play is going to make using Garruk effectively a problem. Huh. This is interesting. So I can turn Troodon into a 7/7 trampler right now. But then I lose on the swing back. Or I just pump the Kite Sail Freebooter. And keep good blockers back.
They're a stampede of one.
So I'm gonna start taking loyalty damage every turn. But I leave up good blocks this way. Ooh. Okay, that's not really good for him. Attacking me directly? Attacking me directly. I'll take 8. Kill off his guy. So now in the swing back, I'm quite vulnerable. It's getting to the point where I do want a blocker in the air. Pestilent Haze kills off a bunch of his guys, but gives him back that card, which is pretty good for him. The other option, I can capture Sphere down whatever his strongest creature is on the swing back. Plussing Troodon is threatening lethal in 2 turns.
Out of our way.
So he takes 7. I can capture Sphere the battalion so he doesn't get pumps on his combat step. Because he'll be pumping 2 creatures in the air, which is the scary part of this. And then he hits for 3 damage. And I should have lethal on the swing back. So before attackers, he's gone to combat, so he can't move the sword around because it's sorcery speed. So he can hit me for 3, and I have... Actually, it hits me for 2, not even 3. I didn't expect that Garrick's plus ability would be more valuable than his minus, but when games are this aggressive, it's very often racing your opponent. I'll let 2 go through and take the trade. I'm still not out of the woods. There's a lot I lose to. Oh, that's good. So if he has a kill spell in hand for this guy, that's basically going to be game. Cool thing is, I can pump Freebooter and then -2 his board. And he has 3 damage of blocks. So I force blocks both of these creatures. Oh, they no longer have trample. He can prevent 5 and attacking with 7. +3, 7, prevent 3. Takes 4, survives at 1 life. And I take 3 in the air on the swing back. I definitely don't want to attack with Kite Sail Freebooter.
They're a stampede of one.
Like he blocks there, he takes 5 and loses. He blocks here, he survives. So actually that's lethal, right? It's 1 Pegasus. If he blocks here, he takes 5, he dies. If he blocks here, he takes lethal. So 2 damage on the swing back. He's acting like he has something in hand. I don't know if he's just GGing me prematurely or if he's conceding defeat. There we go. So I had Titanic Growth. I needed to hold back the blocker in the air. And then I would have won. I couldn't have killed him on that turn. What I forgot about was the life gain on his the 2-drop. I totally forgot that gain life. So if I hold back the flyer as a blocker, he still... he could block with the 2-2. It all depended if the Pegasus died or not. Because if the Pegasus doesn't die, then I probably block there, and he wins with the 2 evasive creatures. So it would have been a very different game. I don't know what his blocks would have been if I had held back one attacker. But pretty good overall. Pretty good. Back to 2,800 gems. This is pretty sweet. I've done like a couple dozen. Is it that many? I've done a lot of drafts, and I haven't had to spend gems yet, which is pretty sweet. Been earning overall. And this video is long. What are we at so far? 2-hour recording up to this point. Oh, but I think I spread it out over a couple of videos. Certainly did. Lots of free space. Not worried about that. Boom. So I'm going to take a short couple-minute intermission here and then jump back into the draft. Run one more Premier Ikoria. All right, all right. Hello and welcome back to Rational Magic. Jumping into Core Set 2021. I think I have one more in me this evening, and then we'll call it a day. See how we can do. It's been pretty good so far. Been going up in gems. One good draft, one not so good draft, and then another good draft. I think it went 6-2 and 5. Total number of wins today. Try not to cough into the microphone as much. Still working on building that lung strength. All right. It's been pretty sweet. I'm really enjoying M21. It's a nice set. You can just like kind of the word that comes to mind is master, but it's not exactly what I mean. It's a good set to just practice fundamentals, and it's a consistent set. It's not as spiky. It's not as crazy insane. This is a fun card. Brash Taunter, 5-mana 1/1 indestructible. When it's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to target opponent. Spend 3, have it fight another creature. So this is a basically like a reprinting of Stuffy Doll, but with a fight built into it, which is pretty sweet. It's kind of a really cool win con. Just having this on board. Indestructible blocker, you can force it to fight things and then just burn the opponent every turn for 3 mana. It's really insane. Scorching Dragonfire in the pack. Passing this to my left is going to probably put my opponent, or my opponent, the person after me in red, which is, it kind of sucks having 2 premium red cards in the same pack because it means you're less likely to get it on the way back. So pretty fun pickup there. Warden of the Woods, 6 mana 5/7 in Vigilance. If it's targeted by a spell, draw 2 cards. Eliminate. Destroy target creature with CMC 3 or less. So Eliminate gets passed. It's maybe even better than Grasping Death, just being 1 black mana. It's not objectively better, but I think it's just easier to cast. Far easier to cast. Roman Ghostlight, another great card in the pack. Pride Malkin is always good. I love me a Warden of the Woods, but it comes down a bit late in the curve. So like this is a pretty easy kill spell pickup that's kind of on brand with our first 2 picks. Scythe has performed quite well. It's a little bit of a clunky card to play. Rousing Reed in the pack, and a Tempered Veteran. Requires you to be in the +1 counters deck. Oh, and a Grasp of Darkness passed to pick 3. So they passed Eliminate and passed Grasp of Darkness to me. So the 2 people in front of me are very unlikely to be pushing black. To see 2 premium kill spells back to back is super nice. 3 mana 2/2 haste when he attacks. Other creatures you control get +1 power to the end of turn is great. Chandra's Piling is kind of a cute card, but it's pretty inconsistent to pull off. You have to deal non-combat damage to an opponent and it gets +1 power and double strike. So it's a fine card, but I think it's a little bit worse than some people may have rated it early in the draft. Sure Strike is quite good. Sword fits this deck really well. Fetid Imp is actually a really sweet 2-drop. And the cards that I have right now are so strong that I really want to make black-red work. Fur of the Bitten is actually pretty sweet aggro card. But it requires you to have a really low curve, whereas Fetid Imp is just always good. Something I always want to play. Carrion Grub bins things in your graveyard. Rewind, counterspell that untaps up to 4 lands is pretty cool. Mind Rot, Turn to Slag. Devil's 3/3 when it dies, deal 3 damage is actually okay. I have seen the Devils do work. Kind of tempted to Mind Rot here. It's just the style of deck that we're playing. Carrion Grub is a good blocker on the ground. Turn to Slag is probably a card you play one of. Revitalize is like the life gain payoff card. I don't think I'm going to have high enough power creatures to actually make Carrion Grub effective in this game. Like Mind Rot is pretty weak. It's a pretty weak pickup, but so is the 5-drop. Those are both sketchy. Obsessive Stitcher is the reason to be in black-blue recursion. 3 mana, tap, draw a card, discard a card, pay 4, sacrifice, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield is great. It's kind of obscenely good. Village Rites has performed really well. Pteranodon this late probably shouldn't be available. So this is a really good pack and kind of difficult to say where I should be. I think I take Obsessive Stitcher as just a clearly extremely powerful card, and then I'll see if I get pushed into the blue Reanimator deck with things like Archfiend Vessel that are really, really good. Bad Deal is kind of a fun card. Goblin Arsonist, when it dies, deal 1 damage to any target, is actually pretty sweet. And there have been lots of 1 health creatures. I think Bad Deal is actually an okay card. Each opponent discards 2, you draw 2. All players lose 2 life. But Goblin Arsonist has been an overperformer, and if I'm in red aggro, I think I want that card. And I'll even play 2 of them. Walking Corpse, Turn to Slag are both rather mediocre. Take the 5 mana burn spell. Burn Bright, creatures you control get +2 power, can be a win con. And Sure Strike is actually a really good combat trick, so red is seeming pretty open. And we get a Mind Rot. Yeah, red-black control. That's what I'm seeing. Pay 2 tap, put a +1 counter on target bird, cat, dog, goat, ox, or snake. Chandra's Mutt, 3 mana tap, deal 1 damage. Faith Fetters. The Mutt is honestly the best card in the pack for me right now. Animal Sanctuary is probably good. It's a card I might be undervaluing. It's definitely a card I might be undervaluing. I have a lot of dogs. Goblins. I don't know. I don't think Black-Red has the cards to synergize really well with that card. Being past Patrician and a lot of not so good red cards. And 1 mediocre black card. This is tough. There's basically this pack doesn't support any of the game plans that I've been building here at all. Quite unfortunate. Like maybe I just pick the Bone Brute so I have something to do later in the game, but that's incredibly weak. Indulging Patrician is the best card in the pack. Warden of the Woods is quite good, but man, I'm not there at all. This at least shares 1 color with something I'm drafting. The Brood is so weak, I just don't want to play that card. And this is the problem with being in Black-Red, is there aren't enough good payoffs in the deck that you end up with just really poor selection of picks a lot of the time. But I'll take the Pyreling, synergizes with the Mutt. Fury is kind of fun. Fetid Imp is probably way better. And I'm definitely pulling more towards being red-black aggro deck. Really strong blue here. Rain of Revelation. Excellent, excellent, excellent draw spell. Roaming Ghostlight, very good card. Nothing in that pack at all competes with the blue spells. And Volcanic Geyser, I 100% want in this deck. That's just an excellent finisher. Another Sure Strike is probably runnable. A Bad Deal, like I keep thinking, is a good card. It's great in the control matchup. The problem being there aren't a lot of control matchups. Nothing else in this pack is too amazing. Black card is a fine. It does do things later in the game, but I'm also pretty set on 2-drops. Second Bad Deal. Fur of the Bitten. I do have double 1-drops. I thought I did. Or I will have later in the draft. So I'll take the 2-mana flash creature. Another Mind Rot, another Devils. Alchemist Gift is not great. And I kind of have an idea of what this deck is going to be, so I'm just going to... okay, the number was like blended in. I might run 3, I might not. It depends how many payoffs I get, like sack outlets and that kind of thing. This is really just a highly aggressive burn deck. Another Eliminate. Heartfire Immolator is fantastic. 2 mana, 2/2, prowess. Pay 1, sack it, deal damage equal to its power. These are both premium cards, but I think I have to take Eliminate in this pack. Teferi's Ageless Insight, if you draw... yeah, it's dumb. If you draw a card except the first one you draw 2 is just way too much. It's too much mana. 4 is too much mana to spend on this effect, and there are just as good of draw cards that are lower than rare. So we have a game plan. Oh, wow. Volcanic Salvo was... great. We don't have high power creatures. This is better in like a green-red deck, but it's definitely still a good card. Scythe is also very good there. But I'm pretty happy with this deck right now. The quality is turning up. I'll play Triple Imp for sure. I'll absolutely play Triple Imp. I don't really have sack outlet synergy yet, and it's becoming a problem. 3 mana 3/1, if gain 3 more life in a turn, return them for graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Fur of the Bitten. Cage Zombie is actually like a decent win con, although Short Sword is really good too in this deck. But this is a good burn spell, which is most of what my deck is trying to do, is just get in for damage. Get in for damage as much as possible. I drafted like the ultimate black-red control aggro with really high card quality. Just lacking a few good synergies. Salvo doesn't get very highly discounted, so it might be a difficult spell to cast. Nor can it hit face. So a little unsure whether I should be running that card or not. Burn Bright is probably a finisher worth running. Duress in this matchup. Chrome Replicator is actually quite good. It's definitely better than whatever 5-drops I'm running. Although that's 4 or 5-drops, which is probably too many. Crypt Lurker is what I want. I want a bunch of Crypt Lurkers. And I probably like missed a couple pickups of Crypt Lurker. None of these picks matter. None of these picks matter. This is the problem with being in black-red. There aren't enough good spells that you actually want. Infernal Scarring is actually pretty good in the deck, but I might need more good 3-drops. Like a 3-mana 4/2 that trades. Weird, another zombie. If there was ever a deck to run the zombies, this is the deck. And we'll pass on some cards to my opponent. Okay. Hyper aggro. Hyper aggro. So 2 furs, 3 goblins. I'm just all out aggression. The triple sure strike is probably maybe not good enough. Mutt and a Chandra. So I'm kind of separating out spells here. And my early game creatures. Man. Yeah, if I had drawn like the Cauldron or any good sack outlet, the quality of this deck would just skyrocket. I like Volcanic Salvo a lot, but the power of my creatures is very, very low in general. And this costs 12, discounted by 1. Equal to the total power. So discounted by X equal to the total power of creatures you control. I'm lacking card draw in this deck. Maybe I cut like a Pitchburn Devil and put in another combat trick, or like a Burn Bright. This deck is essentially kill as fast as you can. Kill as fast as you can. Sure Strike is fine as a combat trick. It's a pretty good card. But the stuff I'm attacking with, like I'm throwing in Fur of the Bitten as a 2-of to like ramp these guys up to high power creatures. I'm dealing a lot of my damage through my own creatures dying. And I think Burn Bright just pays off more for going wide on the board. So this is 17 lands. I probably don't need to run 17 lands. Don't think I do. There's definitely an argument for having Ogre in the deck. I have 4 3-drops. I have 8 early creature plays, 2 proactive early spells, 3 removal spells. If I were running Salvo, I'd definitely put in the Ogre. So like Pitchburn Devil is probably essentially I'm treating it as a 5-mana deal 3. But I could just super lower the curve and kill my opponent faster than that. Kill my opponent much faster than that. And then maybe I even go lower on lands. Is this a 16 land deck? The problem being, what do I run if I'm dropped down to 16 lands? Mind Rot. Creatures without flying can't block this turn. So I still don't like that card, even in this deck. The Masked Black card. 3 mana to pump is just too much. A single Chrome Replicator. I do have like 3 and 3 copies of cards. But again, that doesn't fit the game plan. Two 5-drops, 1 4-drop. A ton of 3 and 1-drops. I'm going to try this at 16 lands. And we'll find out if that's horribly greedy. Super aggro black-red stuffy doll. Jumping in. It's probably the first time I've drafted a like pure aggro deck. But I anticipate it doesn't do well against a lot of the strong top tier decks. Like Selesnya would just laugh at this deck a lot of times. With cards like that just wreck you. I'm going to race you. Turn 3 play. Visionary. Oh, Pride Malkin. That's really scary. Yeah. I can do this. Question being, who do I pump? Pumping the flyer is a lot better. And this goes against my better instincts of investing multiple cards and power into creatures when your opponent has initiative to remove them. I will block here. 4 damage a turn is just super hurty. Get the cards out of his hand. Resolve. Tap and hurt him. Burn Bright is a really weak draw here. Man, oh man. This one card, like, this is why it sucks to be an aggro. Trontodon and indestructible creatures. Tyrannodon. Leaves me taking 4, 6, 7 damage. I die in 3 turns. Great. Yeah, this is the worst deck that I could face up against. Green white does it better. On to game 2. Pretty good land draws that game for being down to 16. 15. I cut 2 lands, right? I went down to 15. Two mana, 3/1, discard a card, gained indestructible. Format warping. He never ran out of cards either. Just dumped everything on board. I will keep this hand. So I get my turn 1 Gobbo. Defender. Come on, man. Drawn Burning Bright both games, and I don't like it. Does get through his guy, though. Now he sacks his wall. Ah. So, trying to play for the tempo game, unsubstantiate. You have pumped your wall. What an incredible development. He didn't really gain tempo there by bouncing my guy and then turning his wall into a 1/3. Like he went for the tempo play and then did something ineffective. So he definitely has some kind of interaction, but I have to play into it eventually. So Burn Bright representing 6 damage. Sure Strike is just a lot more valuable. Again, sacking his guy. These are all really low tempo plays, which is what I need my opponent to be doing. I didn't get to use my mana very efficiently because I played a 3 mana combat trick. But I also have him pretty close to lethal right now. For 4. Ooh, wow. So I can hit for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pretty good. We get to see aggro working. Hell of a lot better than the last game. A hell of a lot better. And I'm so tempted to cut Burn Bright, but it's good for what the deck wants to do. It's good. I've just seen it in like my opening hand twice now. And you don't want that card early. Da-da. Ba-do-do-do. Double black is pretty weak. But it is eliminate. Problem, this is a dead hand. I can't slow roll that. Yeah. Keep this hand, right? I tried to kill you with pointy goblin. With great power comes great risk of getting yourself killed. No kidding. Well said, sir. Well said. We see the synergies coming together. All of my creatures deal damage. Cantrip away. Pretty sweet. So he blocks, I get to kill his guy, take action. I can activate this, each opponent loses 2 life, and get my imp down. My 1/1 goblin just traded with a Mistral Singer. Pretty sweet. And this is absolutely why I'm running 15 lands in the deck. Because I am land flooded. Relatively speaking. Attack in the air. We're so close. Draws 2. It's probably a card that I could rate higher in the drafts. I just generally let that card go by, but if you have a few of them, it's very good. It is very good. Ooh. That's pretty cool. You just gained a lot of life. Now we get the indestructible stuffy doll fight creature. Woo! I love it. I love this card. The Brash Taunter. This guy has to be the thumbnail. Absolutely. Woo! I just have to get enough wins for this deck to be worth highlighting in a video. Did I have fun? Yeah, I had fun. I really want to know what that survey thing is based off of and what it's trying to determine. WotC has this ridiculous history of taking statistics and then coming to the absolute worst conclusion possible based on those statistics. Who doesn't have like a bad impression from WotC corporate? Like, they make an amazing game. I love the designers to death. They're really doing an incredible job. But every time an announcement comes out from that company, you just face palm, shed a tear, lose some money. Pretty good. Black, red, aggro all day. My chance of winning games probably goes up like 15% just what by being on the play. Oh, whoops. Until I missed my land draw. Until I miss a land draw. So that I'm missing 1 damage a turn now by not hitting that black land, which is a huge, huge difference. It's been a long day. I gotta focus. Gotta be in this game. They're all going to laugh at you. And I think I'm gonna double imp over playing the lurker. Double imp is quite scary. And trading the salad doesn't really accomplish much at this point. I mean, he can attack in next turn. Well, I suppose doing this now is better than not being able to take a trade with it. And get my card back. Oh, he's stuck on lands. That really hurts. I don't want to make my imps more vulnerable to interaction, and I think with the hand that I have, I'm pretty happy investing cards onto the goblin. It means I can't cast Replicator. But this is sort of what I was expecting to happen. Boom! Taking it out. Alright, this is going to be a short video. I'm burning through the fodder. After that horrible opening game, where I got absolutely trounced. I got to play my brazen stuffy doll, so I'm happy. Absolutely brazen. And I'm going to check again to make sure I have enough room on my hard drive. I do. I moved like 200 gigabytes of backup videos onto an external the other day. Getting close to a terabyte just in recorded content. And I've been uploading every day since the 1st of August. The 1st of August. The channel went live. Okay, Amy. That's how I choose to read your name. Okay, Amy. Are you ready? This is a sadly not aggro hand, but I'm also not on the play. And I think I have to keep. Pretty lucky draw. Having a relevant 2-drop is very important. So I get Eliminate. He can spend 3 mana to give creatures flying. I don't think I want to trade that. He does have a play. So I can swing in for 6 now. Other creatures. So I can swing in for 5. Or develop the Thallid, but the Thallid does not trade well. Going 3 for 3, I'm not winning this race currently. But with my deck, I should be able to win a race. Just going to leave one blocker open. And there are lots of relevant cards that I can draw. I may sack a creature or discard a card. I don't want to do either. And if he has a combat trick, this is going to be really good for me. It's kind of the best way to use a kill spell. Boom. The best way to use a kill spell. Sadly, I don't have any other plays that turn. But I will gladly 2 for 1 with Eliminate. So he gets Larcenous down. He's going to leave blockers open now. Sitting at 5 mana. I couldn't trade the doggy. He can double block. Do I want to trade the doggy? Is it valuable to me to trade the doggy? Maybe. Is playing a 4/4? So I can... No, I can't. This guy needs to not have summoning sickness to use this thing. So I think I'm not going to attack, and I'm going to develop my 5/5 4/4. And burn him on his turn, and then get more use out of the pump here. Or wait until I draw combat tricks. So that's his whole turn, is giving the 1/2 flying and drawing a card. Interesting. So I could Grasp and leaves open 3 mana, and then I swing with everything. It's actually very strong. And I can throw down Zombie or Thallid. This is probably more likely to win. Just having the activation next turn. 3/4 Vigilance, protection from multicolored. Enters the battlefield, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Then he gets a 2/2 Knight whenever a creature with +1 counter dies. Amazing, but not enough. This is going to be a really fun turn. So 3/6, I can play this, sack a creature, and tap to kill. But something's going to die anyway. Boom. Gets his 2/2, tap, deal 2 damage. Fun stuff. Worked out. It's nice being the aggro deck for once. Just punishing the more conservative players. Like, aggro punishes a lack of synergy or curve more than anything else. But it falls short to pretty much everything that's strong in this format in particular. It's definitely like the power or the quality of my removal spells are carrying the deck quite a lot. Being able to get those 2-for-1s and bait out combat has been super important. This kind of sucks. So I have double red, I have no early creatures, and I'm holding a 3-drop. Like, I have that elemental who's bad. Opponent goes first. I think on the draw I keep this, but on the play I would probably mulligan. It's not a good hand, but I get 2 draws to try to pull more relevant effects. And it's good enough. Primary numbers. Okay. Interesting names today. Interesting names. Another blue deck. Like, the curve of the hand is fine. It's just a low quality hand. Leaves open 3 mana. See if he counterspells. Nope. So 3 mana open, all blue, no instant speed interaction. It's quite strange. Stays at 3. I could pump for 4 and deal a lot. I actually potentially have lethal. Man, if I dealt another 4, brought him to 10, and then burned him next turn with Geyser, for 2, 6, 7 with double strike is another 3 damage. I think that was lethal. Wow, I think I actually had lethal over 2 turns, so I just all out tried to kill him. Who knew? Okay, so if I pump now, I deal 3, 6 damage. I get into 8. Next turn I burn him and I gain double strike. The question is, do I use both spells? I don't think I do use both spells. I kind of lose this game if I don't kill him next turn. So it might have been correct just to all in there. 3 would bring him to 5. Yeah, it was definitely correct. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so I have 3, 6 mana. I can burn him for 4. Make this guy a 2/4 double strike. This is an instant speed. One, two, three, 4. Boom. Punished. Punish him. Fibblethip. Fibblethip is no longer fitting. Just awkwardly staring at the ceiling. Wow. So many drawn out games, and then I just power it up to 5 wins. I think I've been getting rather lucky. It's funny, like, the games where you draw a lot of the red bombs, like the super enticing red rares are probably worse decks, or end up being worse decks, than if you just draft aggro. Like playing the 3 mana 5/4 dragon and like the 6 mana 6/6 trampler. All those big rare bodies end up being a worse deck than just drafting aggro. I go first. And my hand is bad. But it has a geyser. But it's bad. Okay, I'll keep this. And drop probably a Sure Strike. Yeah. Mason the Hole. Another fun name. People are so creative today. Replicator, I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't be in this deck. I just have so many duplicates that very often this is a 5 mana 2/4/4s, which is huge value. Like I have 3 of these cards in my deck. If I draw one more, then turn 5 I got, well, not turn 5, but later in the game I can make it work. Easy salad. Not an easy game. So I'm just going to kill him now and be aggressive. Name of the game. Land draw there would have been really sweet. Terrible use of Pride Malkin. But maybe he's running a combat trick. That will help out. He kills off both my creatures if I swing in. I think I want to develop the board more before using my combat tricks. I need to get the biggest Burn Bright that I can. Problem being that he's outpacing me on resources and cards. On lands and gas. This is a really good trade. So he is going to combat trick. Ooh, that's really good too. So I pass. Not playing Eliminate there makes it me vulnerable to Ranger's Guile. Oh, hell yes. Oh my god. Best use of this card ever. Don't have it. Please don't have it. If you have it, I lose. Woo! Oh my god. Wow. And he can still cast it from his graveyard, which is so painful. This card is insanely good. Demotic Embrace. Creature has +3/+1 from flying. You may cast from your graveyard by paying 3 life and discarding a card. Another one. Yeah, it's going to be a hard game to win. The Imp is really nice, though. The Imp is very, very nice. He's going to create a flyer next turn, almost guaranteed. So what I'm trying to do is just outlast him. Outlasting black-green. Not likely. So he can block my imp with the spider. This man has a mace in the hole. Got a rumble in my tummy. Pretty soon the mic's gonna pick it up. I'm glad I went for the extra game though. This has been pretty sweet. He has to have something, right? I mean, I'm gonna do this, but he has to have something. It has trample, like he's forcing damage this way. He's just gonna try to do that every turn. Because he knows I can't attack in on him. And my card draw stinks. This is real bad. I'm not even going to combat trick. I'm just going to let it hit. I need to get creatures off his board so I can start attacking him. Yeah, Chromatic Replicator probably doesn't belong here. He's coming so close to dying. Like, this is really probably not a good idea. I have lethal if he has no interaction. There's the red. Boom. Ha! That's funny. That was a Titanic Mutt. A brightly burning Titanic Mutt. Who knew I'd make it this far by just forcing like low quality black-red aggro? I shouldn't say forcing. I was definitely put in these colors mostly through draws on Eliminate and Grasp. But really, like, Geyser was passed pretty late. I opened Taunter. Hasn't been that relevant, but still a very good card. It's so easy to pick up, like, Fur or Goblin Arsonist. I don't have any of the Sacrifice Synergy cards. I keep talking about removing Replicator, but I think he's here to stay. Mind Rot's actually pretty good for this style of deck. I've hit 5 lands in most of my games. Even sitting at 15. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The Vine Mare. I remember that card. That's a sweet card. Ooh, what an opener. Furor of the Bitten. Seems like an Eldritch Moon card. I so want them to print werewolves with an interesting mechanic. Like, the old transform mechanic for werewolves was if you didn't cast a spell this turn, then on your end step, your creatures transform into werewolves. And then vice versa, they transform back if you don't cast a spell. And it's the worst mechanic I've ever seen. It's just all bad. Like designing the game around not ever casting spells. Real bad. I will not block. No, thank you. Fur is really weak. It's really weak against what my opponent is doing. If he can just death touch with an imp onto my card. Onto my imp that I spent 2 cards invested on. I played the wrong land there. I needed double black this turn. So this is actually going to hurt quite a lot. Not a lot. I'm going to take 1 more damage than I should have. And another game where I'm going to hit 5 lands. Yeah, I'm not going to play into a combat trick here. It's not really worth it. What's it gonna be, buddy? So he had nothing to do. I do want to leave 1 imp open. Grasp of Darkness. My 2-drop. Too bad I don't have any plays. Green, okay. Maybe I do have to worry about the reach of his deck. And I think I'm just going to kill off the imp. I'm not really doing anything else for a while, and I don't want him to have a death touch blocker in the air. I described that poorly. My turns for the next few rounds are going to be filled up with doing other things. I love this board, man. It's so great. Just looks so good. Skeleton Archer. How dare you? Yeah, I'm not winning the race, so I'll stop attacking in. So I can just spend 3 mana, have them fight, and deal 3 damage every turn now. Which is pretty amazing. This card is just super good. And it's also like a high curve take on like red and aggro in general, which I really appreciate. Oh, that was brutal. That was like the one thing that would stop him. That was so powerful. This freaking aggro red player with Pestilent Haze. That's the worst thing that could have happened to me. Just terrible. What are you doing, man? What is your deck? Like, none of these cards... Oh. Okay. It's complete random nonsense. This game is probably just lost. If you're gonna run Sanctums, these are better Sanctums. Only because black is one of them. Like, if you don't have Sanctum of Stone... Okay, I lost to someone forcing the Sanctum deck. That feels bad. That feels real bad. There's going to be so many games where that deck just either draws the wrong colors of mana or draws not the black Sanctum, the black Shrine. Draws the crappy ones. It's going to happen a lot. I'm a salty Sanctum. Or there should be like a colorless card that's the Sanctum of Salt. That'd be good. You like lose 2 life for each Sanctum you control. The Sanctum of Salt. Bad. Much better. Question being, what do I drop? I really don't want to drop Brash Taunter, but man. Playing on curve. Grrr. I'm a goblin. What do you got? Tronodon? Flyer? That's pretty good. You hit nothing, sir. Good for you. To be trades with my 1-drop. That's totally cool. It's totally cool. Lord Liesel. That was like a Liesel. Be a lot easier to say. I have the distinct feeling is going to kill the Bolthound, so I'm going to do this. Yes, Liesel? Yeah. Not a whole lot I can do but play into that card. Like, I suppose I could have attacked for a round and let him cast it and then not lost McDooderson. But that's just kind of the risk that you play when running cards like Fur of the Bitten. Nice. He's got +1 Death Touch? No, he's Village Rites. Okay. Kaka. Imps would be a sweet tribe to see more of. Garruk is terrifying. This card is so good. 4/3, whenever he deals damage to a player, you look at that many cards from top of your library and you reveal a creature card. Put it into your hand. That's just going to happen. Man. Like, I can hold back blockers. I need to just win, though. Like, maybe he doesn't attack if I do this. Because he doesn't want to lose his guy. I'm looking for, like, the 1-turn swing for lethal. If I can top deck a pump spell. Ouch. Protection. Hexproof from black, not protection. That is different. And I don't think he knew that. So paid off, getting a little closer to lethal. Can we do it? Can we bring it to 6 wins? Ooh, interesting. So casting Sure Strike actually like could lose me damage in the long run, which is kind of weird. I think it's correct not to attempt to kill this. I think that is correct. Lord Laser. I'm getting that point where you like hit the second wind of being so exhausted that you're energetic again. This is like the 6-hour streaming wind. No blocks. Okay. Rise and rise again until man become lions. So that's 3, 4, 5 damage. Not quite lethal. Not quite lethal. Excuse me. If my opponent blocks right, if he doesn't block right, it is lethal. Which is really interesting. What are your blocks? That was correct. So 3, 4, 5. Losing Garrick twice is so painful. Like, this is the card that you can just win entire games off of if you play it correctly. Man, people gain so much life. Okay, now is the turn to pump my guys. Pumparoonie. Can we do it? Oh my god. It's funny when like cards like this that are pretty weak, to be honest, not cards you really want to draft, they actually work out because in this case, I'm playing a ton of 1-mana 1/1s that deal 1 damage. That looks like a bait. I'm not worried about my life total. Lurker is kind of interesting. I don't really want to cast it. Flashing in a 3/1. What? Okay. You're gonna double block the 4/4? No, you're not going to. This is a May ability. You may. So I can choose not to. Decline. Nearly there. He's gained. Oh, that's an amazing card. 5/5 Flying Trample. Whenever he enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Wow. Fantastic card. Beautiful artwork. It's a great looking demon. The strike, it was so sure. Getting trounced. He is not going to like this. Boom. 3 to the face. He really tried to power through that. This deck is relentless. Man. In like a quarter of the time of a normal draft. This went to 7 wins. Just nutty. 7 wins, 2 losses. Good old Brash Taunter, who didn't honestly do anything. I think I resolved him 1 time successfully, and then after that, he died to Pestilent Haze the 2nd time I managed to play him. But anyway, that was fun. This has been Rational Magic, bringing you limited content each and every day. Thanks for watching. Come back for more.